What kind of beer do you like? Heineken. Heineken? Fuck that shit! Pabst Blue Ribbon!
Give me a hell yeah! I said give me a hell yeah!
Myagadilla99 just redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Babay na! Loka! Oh my gosh! Galit!
Well, the first thing I'd like to say is I'm not an actor turned filmmaker. I'm not Tim Robbins.
galaxy. Like my father before me.
Your clowns are very impressive. You must be very proud. I'm just a simple man trying to make my way in the universe.
People keep asking if I'm back, and I haven't really had an answer. But now, yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
And none from the waist down. It's a Sunday, a gun day, rolling down a one-way. In my lap, front and back on the train track. On Yak and Earthworm, niggas swerve, it gets on my nerves.
All I smoke is chronic, roll my pointers like I'm Sonic from the hood. I speak Ebonics, that and economics. Shorty, we can link like Zelda. That broke you a billion, it's like your money.
Yeah, Uni. Did you never hear that? It's a bunch of songs with the word Mac. Let's see. Go back to where I was. Here we go. Monka. It's the Monka game. Oh, what the? Damn it. Took my eye off the screen for a sec. It says tire 4 anyways. Oh, what the hell? Yeah, that's weird. Oh man. Oh, crap. Ads. Okay. Ads starting soon. Oh shit, no. Right. Oh. Yeah, this level keeps going. Yeah. Is that it? What else? What the hell? Doesn't seem right. Their little dance. Oh, this is the... What? What is... Some weird secret? Oh, damn, what the hell? Can't touch those creepy red-eyed... What are they? Kremlins? Oh, damn. Oh, man. Holy crap. Oh, man. That must be the tougher route. It's... Oh, I think that was to break open a secret. Oh. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Jesus. Oh. Oh, wait. That's back here. Aw, man. Damn. Thought I was skipping this area. Oh, okay. Not bad. Candy. Oh. Yeah, she's the save points. Can I help you, monkey, save your game? Monkeys? Even she doesn't know. Donkey Kong is a gorilla. Monkey's flights. Nope. Don't need that. Oh, damn it. That's tough. Excuse me? What? What happened? Oh, first time chat. Hey, Retro Matt. What's up, man? Yep, playing some Danky Kang. Shout out, Retro. Oh, what the hell? Okay, there we go.
It wasn't a difficult one at all. It's just the like the retro achievements for it, man. That's always where it gets me. No hit, no deathless,
Retro Matt,
shitless,
of course.
pissless. I don't know,
retro
man.
achievements.
There it is. We got it.
The Mario ending. Oh, I don't want to accidentally go to the old state. No problem. Can't do it again. Yep, I'm just kind of starting out this whole retro achievement thing. I haven't really done that much. There's a barrel down there. Oh, what? That's it? Oh, okay. You've probably been doing it for a while, right, Matt? Probably beat this already. I'm not even thinking of getting every achievement for every game, though. I don't know. Sounds like a little too much. I'm happy if I just beat the games. It's a ton of fun. Yeah, you get annoyed. Yeah, it's tough, like trying to do everything, and even though it is fun. Oh damn, I got that wrong. It does drive you kind of crazy though. Just have fun with it. Just a little over a year. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just wanna like beat the games. That's the main thing. Have a little record that says, "Yep, I I beat Donkey Kong or whatever.
Donkey Kong Country 3 is fucking trash. Running around with that big OL head stupid baby monkey Dixie got robbed of her big game to love some baby Huey ass looking Kong.
Baby Huey Kong? Everyone hates him. Kitty Kong? I haven't heard anybody say they actually like that character. Speaking of Huey, you hate DKC3 just because of Kitty Kong? No one liked Kitty Kong? Damn. Oh, here we go. He mentioned Baby Huey, so...
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck.
1942 levels of hate. Damn, yeah, I kinda know that game. You love it, Uni. You love a duck dance? A little break every now and then. The duck dance. Duck around and find out. Yup. Huey will come to your house and break all your shit.
Is the whole world gone mad?
Unique just redeemed tak dance.
Unique. Unique. He's pronouncing that J like a H.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck.
Oh, Twitch got rid of your Jaws emotes? Damn, you had it for a while. That's crazy. What the hell took them so long? That's dumb. What the hell? Took them a whole year to get rid of it.
Is the whole world gone?
Word shocked it. Yeah, it took this long. Oh, and it was the second time they took it down? What the hell? That's even weirder. Like they forgot. They forgot they took it down one time.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and waddle around. So put your hands on your hips, put your feet on the ground. You gotta shake those tail feathers, shake them around. Doing the duck. Doing the duck. Doing the duck.
Still have the JFL. Oh, JFK emo? What is that? Like his head getting blown off or something? Retro Matt's got some awesome dance emotes. Yeah? Oh, okay. This song is playing in your car.
World gone mad?
Just like Barf. Cheseburger Cats. Isn't that what Barf does? Puts on the duck dance while driving home. Whoa. Oh, that's hard to see. I guess they don't notice that. Yeah. I wonder if somebody reports them or something, and that's why they took down your other one. That's probably it. That's why they take a long time. They wait for somebody to complain. Totally had legit comes as an emote, yeah. Yeah, so somebody saw that and finally got mad about it. Man, I don't know. It would take a lot more than that for me to be like, I have to report this. I have to make a report to Twitch about an emote I don't like. And even then I'd probably be like, I don't give a shit. Let somebody else report them or whatever. Oh, damn it. It's freaking bird. You had it coming. Yeah. Oh, damn it. Get out. No. Just, I guess you gotta put it up again and just change the name. Part 2 turns 30 this year. Part 2 of this, of Donkey Kong Country. Oh, this time I'll take this route. See how this is. The best one? Yeah, I've heard that. People love part 2. I don't even know if I played that one all the way through. I probably did, I don't know. I kind of feel like I did fight the second King K. Rool fight. The final boss fight. Use your emote shit posting for good. You do like 3, but in reality it's the worst. Oh. Yeah. Sometimes you got 3 good games, but yeah, one of them has to be the one you like the least or whatever. Oh, come on, man. Oh, I missed the K anyways. Is the K up on the top then? And what's this dynamite for, really? Can't kill that beaver. You wished DKC4 would have happened? The newer stuff just isn't the same. I don't know. I like Returns. I haven't played Breeze or whatever the name of that one is. Oh, Tropical Freeze, that. But it looks good too. I know Returns was fucking pretty damn tough. For me anyways, I had some trouble getting through that one. Oh, what the hell? That didn't hurt. That vulture. Hey, Umbrin, what about smashing beavers? Oh, you know. You know, that's what we talk about here. Smashing beavers. Pounding poon. You love beaver smashing? You enjoy them, but they don't hit the same. Yeah, I guess, you know, there's differences, but I don't know. The main difference to me seems to be the graphics. How Marvel hasn't banned you for the name? Are they banning people for crazy names? That seems kind of, I don't know. Not the worst thing you could put. Poon is like a goofy ass word. Doesn't sound that offensive. They probably don't even know what it means or something. Or pretending not to know. Evidently we are only horny chat. No other chat. Yes, China doesn't know what poon is. If you said poo pounder, oh yeah, China would get pissed at that. Or I mean, just the fucking president of China. He doesn't like anybody calling him Winnie the Pooh. Cranky, what the hell does he do? Give you dumb advice? Look what the cat dragged in. You can find the fun in ropey rampage between a rock and a hard place. Stretches the toughest Kremling, only a barrel will knock him out. Too many baddies around for my liking. I'm off to lie down. Okay, yeah, just advice. Oh, thanks for the lurk, cheeseburger. Enjoy your lurk while we try to figure out why DKC3 is so lame. Oh shit, boss time. Oh, damn it. How many hits? Is it 6? Okay. Oof. Tally ho Kongs. See, I think in Donkey Kong Returns, that boss fight would probably be tougher. They would make it a little more complicated. This barrel has to be or something. Oh, damn. Guess not. It would be like 3. Yeah, I think that's what they would do. 20 minutes long, 3 cutscenes. Yeah, trying to make it like way more epic and everything. Which is cool and everything, but damn. Sometimes you just want a simple little fight to start with. Oop. Although this game, holy crap, that minecart level I went through earlier, a few days ago, damn, they crank up the difficulty right away. Those minecart levels are freaking nuts. Oh shit, what? Okay, guess you gotta hit them a bunch of times. Oh man, stupid vultures. Oh man, what? Keep missing the K. How the hell? Oh shit. I gotta play part 2
man.
eventually.
You're trying to trick me, man. Put smoke into my freaking head and shit, man.
Shit.
Not at all, man. Man, I don't know what to think no more, man. Okay.
Oh, cheeseburger, you're still here.
Shut up, man. You're trying to trick me, man. Put smoke into my freaking head and shit,
Oh,
man.
shit,
Not at all,
shit,
man.
shit.
Man, I don't know what to think no more, man. Okay.
Not at all, man.
Shut up, man. You're trying to trick me, man. Put smoke into my freaking head and shit, man. Not at all, man. Man, I don't know what to think no more, man. Okay.
Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, on your ISP is on some shit right now. Your internet service provider. I just call it the internet or internet. Aw, what? I killed Donkey Kong. Whoops. Too many letters. Oh, to type it out, yeah. I guess so, yeah. That's why I like typing on the phone with the predictive text. I don't know why that's not used more, like on the internet itself. Why don't browsers just save all your predictive text stuff? Yeah, lazy. It is annoying though, typing on a computer. I don't like doing all that extra bullshit. So much easier just typing it and then letting the computer figure out what the hell you're gonna say. He loves swipe. Oh, the swipe when you text, that shit. I don't know how people do that. That doesn't make any sense for me. It's great. Yeah, I see it really works for some people, but I don't know. It feels weird swiping your finger around like that, and hoping you get the right letters. Oh shit! Kind of see you. There's a spot you can land on over here. Just gotta kill this stupid vulture. Oh fuck. And that vulture is pretty hard to kill. Throwing those stupid rocks or whatever. Oh. Well, what is that barrel for really? It doesn't seem like you can take it anywhere. Just have to risk getting hurt. Oh, for another lame barrel. Okay, that's what it's for. Ong. Oh, what the fuck? What? Oh man. That's what's kind of screwed up about this. Like, you really want to collect all those secrets and everything, or just just get through the level? Like, I don't really care if I collect all the letters for Kong. I don't want to really 100% everything. At least not right now. If I do 100% something, it'll be after beating the game. Yeah. Oh shit. Damn it. Oh crap. What the hell? What am I doing? Vulture culture. Hey, tap. What the fuck? Holy shit. 789. What a number. Thanks for the 789 bits.
You bow to no one.
Gotta make that bigger for Streamlabs. I don't know how to do that though. Like Streamlabs doesn't let you make it any bigger than that. Oh, I think maybe if I switch it over to just Twitch, maybe. Is there any reason why he chose 789? What is that number? Such a specific number. Let's see, yeah. I'd rather have the as a big ass alert that fills the screen. It brought you to 1,000 total. Really? Shit. Does that come out anywhere? Oh, I can't see it, but I guess you could see it somewhere where it says you got like whatever certain amount, which means you think I should have second bit emotes, but you don't think. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't even know what they are. That's it. I just filled up all those emote slots, but didn't really pay attention. Yeah, I guess that's it. Oh, damn it. And the little Sailor Moon Powerpuff. You found a thing that's a Wabo bird page? Not a Weebo? Or a Webo? I'm sure Godilla knows all about it. Damn, what the hell? Uh-oh. 0 lives. Oh, crap. Feels like the jump is off by a fraction of a second. Or I just screwed up. A Webo? Your dumbass can't spell. I was thinking, like, maybe sometimes they do say Wabo. They're allowed to say different words. Different bird talk. You guess it's 1,000 bits, then 5,000 bits. So you gotta pay 40 times. Holy shit. To get whatever the next one is. Yeah. It seems like It is. It is a ton of money just to get a little emote. Like, what the fuck? Does someone really want an emote that bad? You thought you already had this one? Guess not. Yeah. Yeah, confusing it with that one, because it is basically the same, but I like how that one's a little more messed up. And it's just his head floating. Rather pay 50 for 2 perma emotes than 5 for 5 a month. Yeah, that's true. Fucking. Well, I wouldn't pay 50 for emotes or whatever. But yeah, I think they need to figure out a system where you just end up getting them permanently after a while. Uh-oh, crazy slowdown. What the hell? I guess it's helping me out. Damn, now it's screwing me over here. Alright, damn, that's all I really had to do. Crap. Emotes are forever. Yeah. Oh, that's, damn, what the fuck? I don't even know about that one. Did he just make that one? The Elliot with the weird head? The streamer gets more of bits than the sub money. Damn, yeah, I guess that's true, right? The bits end up going more towards the streamer. Yeah, it's so messed up the way they... Oh shit. Now I'm dead. It's so messed up the way they split up the money. Like, so much of it goes to Twitch. It's freaking nuts. Like, when you buy bits, they take out a huge chunk for themselves. That's weird. That's weird to me already. Oh damn, they really do send me back? Oh man, I should have done a save state. Yeah, that sucks. They sent me back a couple levels. Oh, it is new? Okay. Yeah, that's from that video you made, right? I didn't know he made a new one off of that. Hey, Mecus, you're here. You're sick. Oh, I saw that you wrote on your stream or whatever that you're gonna do a short stream. I didn't even notice it. It went by so fast. Mickey D just arrived. Subs, you only get 50%. Bits, you get it all minus taxes or something. Yeah. Well, I hope they give you all of the bits if yeah, if that's how they do it, cuz you never know what kind of sneaky shit they're gonna do. They might say that's what they're doing, and then really they're taking a higher percentage. Oh shit. Damn, so you can't even move to get back in the barrel. You don't know how you streamed last night? Damn, what's the matter? You got like the flu or a cold? Or are you sick from the medicine? Oh, look at that. I didn't get the K again. Where the hell is it? Time to do push-ups? Man, cause on stream. Oh, damn, you threw up all night. Barely can move? What the hell? Sounds like the medicine is messing you up again, isn't it? Tap passed out on the floor again? What? Why the hell? What's going on there, Tap? Did you end up beating that text game? Yeah, it got really weird. You're playing some text game? Your mom got sick, so you wonder, oh, yeah, I mean, that has to be it. She got sick and then you got sick right away. Might be at the very start of levels. Yeah, has to be like somewhere right at the beginning where it's easy to skip. Do that shit a couple times. Oh, you stopped taking the shot? Damn. So what? Throwing up, that sounds like the flu then. You lay on the floor to lay on a heating pad. Oh, okay. I thought you were getting drunk and passing out. Oh shit, I just noticed the barrel up there. Probably needed a rubber tire for that. Yeah, I don't think I could reach that. Can I? Nope. Oh, by doing that. Somehow getting hurt. That's why they call him floor tap. It's about a cult obsessed with cars, and they started doing crucifixions, and you're skipping fast as possible because you didn't want to get in trouble. What? Get in trouble with who? You didn't make the game. Mickey D and his mom ate raw dog meat. Mickey D Tarzan. It's all when the game started getting fucky. Got weird. Are you sure Mickey D didn't make the game?
You sure about that? You sure about that? That's why?
Floor Tap just redeemed. You sure about that?
Maybe Mickey D secretly made all the shitty games that he plays. And he's just showing them off to us. Check it out, guys. I made this one. This new piece of crap. Mickey D's the devs secretly. I could imagine like one guy making a bunch of those games. It only takes one person to make some of those fucking games. Oh, watch out. Damn. Ah, fucking. They're rolling. Oh, you're 5? I thought you were 2 away from 400. 500 celebrating coming soon. For those on Blue Sky, you heard some guys going around making endless accounts, spam following users for a scam. He keeps making more. It was Mickey D. Yeah, what are you doing that for? What's the scam? Mickey D? He's making a bunch of accounts with just different ways of saying Mickey D, Macca's, McDonald's. He made a scam train and leads 2,000 Indians in a call center in Udaipur to scam victory. Where the hell is that a real place? Damn. Phew. Quit making me feel old. Why, what did you say, Macus? Blue Sky and Barag, aka Mastodons, are full of Shadman clones and furries. What the hell is any of that? Barag? Shadman? That's where Mickey set up his call center in India. Secret lore. You can say it because no one will believe. That's where new Kid Cole ROMs are. Hey Shadow, welcome in. And Godzilla don't really go on any social media shit other than Twitch. Yeah, as far as I know. Facebook, X, Tumblr, you don't give a fuck. Put a Windows 64 thing in there. Oh, the Windows 64? that little logo? That makes you feel old? 64 is Mickey D custom. Oh, I'm doing good, Shadow. Just trying to get through this crazy ass Donkey Kong game. Let's see. Guess I gotta save every time. If I don't want to do what do you call it? Save states. I mean, I'll do save states eventually, but just in case I die right now. Is this? Oh, this is the boss, right? Yeah. It's alright. The boss is not too bad. He deleted Twitter and Facebook. I deleted Twitter. Might as well delete Facebook. Shit. Usually a good choice. Yeah. The less sites you're on, the better, I think. It's too distracting, and I don't know. A lot of it's the same shit. Like if you got one, you pretty much got everything you need. Not that you need any of it. There we go. You can't save on Donkey Kong Country 1? Oh, what do you mean? It doesn't work for some reason? You don't get why people give a shit about TikTok? Oh, TikTok is just like the same thing as YouTube and whatever, Instagram. They're all the same, but it's for people, I think, that don't want to fucking think about what they're gonna watch. They just, you know, it's instantly showing you a video or whatever, and then you can just swipe up and down. It's like for people with ADHD, like they really don't want to think about what the hell what they're watching suddenly. Cause YouTube, you gotta do the extra step of actually clicking on videos, making a choice. That's too much work for the TikTok crowd. Once in a while, you like to go download all your data from Facebook just to cost them bandwidth. You're glad TikTok is getting banned? It's always cringe millennials and sex workers and Chinese propaganda. Can't they use just YouTube Shorts? That's what YouTube wants you to do. But
and Comrade Question.
TikTok
Go and do it now.
TikTok
I don't think
is
I've missed
still
anyone.
more
If
popular.
I've missed anyone in the shoutouts, feel free to let me know. Let's go.
Yeah, YouTube just copied
Fuck off. Fuck right.
that whole format with their shorts. Instagram too, they did the same thing. They made their own shorts or reels or whatever they want to call them.
It just
Random shit
it
website.
Just started. Okay, it's plugged in. Never mind.
Oh shit, what? Macca's, he said, me and Mac were talking about safe states and showbiz. Pizza with Jank. Oh yeah, Jank. Jesus. derail the stream. I don't know if we derailed the stream, but it was funny how I feel like I said an innocent thing, and then it seemed like
I put some tunes on Discord. Beautiful.
seemed like he got annoyed with what I said about save states and whatever, because I called it like cheating save states, and then he's like, nah, then like it still counts or something. Like it's just however you want to play. Who cares about save states? I'm like, okay, Jesus Christ. I call it cheating. Should have made him play the Showbiz game. Oh, what the hell? Did Macus play some Showbiz game? I don't remember any Showbiz game. You don't know if it's possible to run it anymore? And you got banned from there for derailing the stream years ago by a mod that's not even there. And Godilla loves to get banned. Save states break some games. Yeah, you could end up screwing yourself over, I think, if you save state in the wrong place, making it more difficult for yourself. Save it doesn't work at all. Oh. I don't know, it seems to work fine for me. On RetroArch. Yeah, it works fine. I don't know what's going on. Are you using a different emulator or something? Odilla, you forgot to support the stream. It's like real Jesus, you got banned from heaven if you don't support the stream enough. Well, not getting enough support, better end stream. Yeah, I think some people do that. Not enough support, I'm out of here. Fuck everybody. I'm sure somebody's done that before, like just started shit talking their chat and everything. Like, fuck everybody.
Dude, I warned you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
I love his laugh. TikTok not getting banned. Yeah, I don't think anything's happening with TikTok. That's not real. You would laugh your ass off if TikTok got banned? Yeah, that sounds like a stupid idea. Like, why ban it? Fucking might as well ban everything then. Ban Facebook while you're at it. They'll just sell it. Yeah. If they're being forced to sell it, then that's what's gonna happen. Too much money on the table, yep. TikTok is actually a Chinese spyware app. Yeah, we know that. Showbiz Simulator. Oh, I don't know. Showbiz Simulator. I gotta see that. I don't know if I forgot what that was or what. Just use BSNES. Yeah, I think that's what I'm using. Either BSNES or... What's the other one I got here? Core options. Does it say here? Oh, SNES. That's the one I'm using right now. But yeah, I got BSNES there too. Back to vulture culture. A bow? That bird. Yeah, that's the same bird that says a webbo, a bow. He says a couple of things. You think kids should be banned from the net? If that happened, TikTok would lose 90% of its users. Yeah, I think it mostly is like kids. I think a lot of states are already doing it. Oh, banning TikTok? State by state? That's fucking weird. TikTok won't get banned because it offends the United States Constitution. Use a different emulator. Oh, you just got on eBay? Oh, like a Retron or something? Oh, maybe it's that, right? Macus, you said that Retron doesn't even let you play some games? Some Dragon Ball game you were saying? Doesn't even work? Those left your Discord? Wonder if he deleted his account. Oh yeah. I don't know what's going on. I haven't seen those in a while. Have you checked if his account is still up on Twitch? Or maybe Discord. He just deleted Discord. Oh, he doesn't use Discord. Yeah, I guess I haven't really seen him on Discord like at all. Facebook should be banned. Instagram and YouTube and Discord. Oh, Facebook on Instagram and YouTube. I mean, it practically is. Kind of seems like Facebook is only for like your parents or your grandparents at this point. Nobody talks about Facebook that much anymore. Even Instagram started to die out, so damn. Everything's going to hell. Larry Boy, VeggieTales, and Hamtaro Ham don't work on Retron. Yeah, that's what I thought you were saying. Like Retron for some reason is not compatible. Pornhub is banned in most states. No, it's not. Most states? It's probably banned in some dumb fucking state like Alabama. One of those crazy states where they go overboard with the religious shit. Yeah, his account is still up. Okay. He just hasn't streamed in a while, I guess. In a couple of days, like that's a long time for for Twitch. Porn is popular because of touch deprivation. Alright. You're called out by that, Umbra? Hey, Derp, welcome in. Everything is going to hell. Yep. I think so. Pornhub has blocked itself in 17 states. That's not every state. Or most states. And I don't know, they blocked themselves. Okay, 17. That is a lot, though. That is too many. To ban one specific fucking porn site? That's so stupid. Let's see. Whoops, what the fuck? Trying to do a shout out. Here. Let's see. Let's do a few of them. They're kicking kids off the internet. Oh,
Spread your
everything
engaged.
Oh yeah, I still gotta play that.
Or Tengu
Mega Man and bass.
Pushover. With his weakness.
They're kicking kids off the internet. Mandatory age.
I say that as I die. Yeah, whatever.
Can agree to. Yeah, I think parents got to do a better job of
God.
of kids and their internet
He's a
use.
push-off. More like he pushed me off the
I think most
edge,
parents
dude.
don't give a shit. They just let their kids do whatever on the internet. That's what's messed up. They all flock to Hentai Haven. One specific porn site. Yeah, Godilla said Pornhub is banned in 17 states. Kids don't need to have that stuff so early. Yeah, there's got to be an age where you don't let your kids mess with the internet like at all. Thanks. Oh, no problem, Derp. Actually, that was like the second shout out. I've been behind on all the shout outs. Even for the people that don't want them. Like Tap. They're making it so every site has to do some shit to verify age. So ones that don't want to, just disable access. All the ones owned by Pornhub, Xvideos, Hamster. Godilla knows all the porn sites. Base died. The classics. X-Hamster.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does, why is it doing what it's doing. Get it out of my face.
Classics are DVD and VHS. Forgot those existed. Toasting sausage in a toaster oven. Should be good. Yeah.
99 just redeemed
That works,
short
right?
YouTube video.
Toasting sausage. Should work. In the toaster oven. I cook it in the air fryer, that works. Let's see who put this up. Godilla. A Godzilla video. No birds? Oh.
Subject 25, classified by scientists
Godzilla's
as
not
the
gonna
Griffin,
fight a giant bird.
originated from a meteor that landed in Utah in November of 1994. Although the
should be a
meteor was
ptarmigan
recovered, an alien
kaiju.
organism escaped and went undiscovered for 3 days as it traveled to feed on animals in the form of a bat-like colony. In Kentucky, the colony settled in a forest where it's believed
Is
they
this a
formed into
long-ass
one
video?
singular mass. The Griffin, which slowly started to take on a definitive form, made its way toward New York. Not long after, another predator began making its way to the same location that early
How long
readings
is
first
this?
thought was Godzilla.
Okay, 4. Isn't this the video you worked on, Godilla? The same one? Oh, it's American Godzilla. Versus some other monster. I don't recognize that guy. Wait, didn't they show 1998 Godzilla? Are they both in the video? Like the random one person saying shit. Okay, it is both Godzillas. This reminds you of Cloverfield? Yeah, I've seen it. Yeah, it looks like they took that idea, the Cloverfield idea of making it look like somebody's home videos. You heard only a few Godzilla films came to the States in the 90s? Aren't all of them in, like, you mean in theaters or something? I think they all came out whenever. But just straight to video probably. If they made any new ones. Oh, Godzilla. Oh, that's UTAP.
Floor tap just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh, wait. That's weird. The game started for some reason. Alright. Put a pause on it. I don't know how that started up again. This is the game? I thought this was just a video.
Test 1, 2. Hey, is this mic on? Yeah, you're on, Billy Bob. Okay, good. Well, howdy, folks. I'm Billy Bob. And one question more than any other.
Billy Bob blew up.
Question in a song. Hit it.
In theaters, yeah. I don't remember any of the Japanese Godzillas ever coming out in theaters.
Whoa, yeah, now. I ain't gay, but I never kissed a girl. If I find the right one, I hope to give it a whirl. And all them
There's a sequel with John Goodman. Oh yeah, Cloverfield. It's like the name of a street. Cloverfield something. That one's good. I think I like that one better. The one with John Goodman.
Talk about buttered sausage. Talk about
So
buttered
just the
sausage. Where it
videos
comes
are
from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get it out of my face.
You were confused by why Joker was in the video. Didn't even mean for that to happen.
Is that you, Lord?
Oh, you stupid son of a bitch. It's me.
Dad? Is that you?
Of course it's me. What's for the glamour of reincarnation?
Dad, you're a horsefly.
Hey, Billy Bob, I've opened up a dating service, and I'm gonna find you a girlfriend.
Gosh, Rob, you really think you can?
For a fee!
I guess I remember seeing this on Macca's stream, and I thought it was just real life footage.
And she gotta like barbecue, if you know what I mean. Well, I ain't gay, but I never kissed a girl. When I find the right one, I'm gonna give it a whirl, yeah. And all them rumors that I got a kid or two, they're all made up, and they can't be true.
You made a clip.
You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? No, Billy Bob, explain it. What are you talking about? Well, there's no way I could have kids because I've never even kissed a girl. Yeah, well, what does that have to do with it? Oh, you just want me to tell you, Looney Bird. I'm not going to tell you right here on
Looney
stage.
Bird.
Yeah, come on, tell me, Billy Bob.
Do they actually sing this at Showbiz? No.
What about the birds and the bees? What's that all about? Well,
Posted it in Dixord. It's called Rockafire Replay.
My dad flew the coop. Looney Bird, you just cost us our family rating.
Yeah, if it's playable, I'll check it out. Oh, why did this play? I thought it took off auto. That auto play, damn it. Let's see. Check out the new clip.
Test, 1, 2. Hey, is this mic on? Yeah, you're on, Billy Bob. Okay, good. Well, howdy, folks. I'm Billy Bob. And
Billy Bob.
Test, 1, 2. Hey, is this mic on? Yeah, you're on, Billy Bob. Okay, good. Well, howdy, folks. I'm Billy Bob.
Billy Bob. You don't know if you can still run it? Yeah, I wonder. Hopefully it's still playable. Tim Allen's game.
Alright, here we go.
Play Ram Ranch.
Yeah, there it is. New Grimace acquired. And thank you for that.
Now
Megan.
there's
That guy,
tons
I
of
really
there's tons of curse clips on main channel too. Does you clip tons of showbiz? Get one eventually. Oh yeah, Home Improvement. Mac has played that. Grimace of the day. Oh shit, what the fuck? Damn. Gotta watch the Home Improvement Bigfoot movie. Oh, the kid from Home Improvement, yeah. The very special episode of Home Improvement. Time for 24-hour Home Improvement complete box set. Oh shit. That's the one way to do it.
Derp Critic asked me, can you do your best impression of the Tim Allen grunt from Home Improvement? AR!
Oh, the coffee guy.
AR! Who wants coffee? AR! Anybody want some coffee? AR! AR! Just made a fresh pot. AR! Oh, oh, oh!
AR? AR? What the fuck? Oh shit, that was the first time somebody used coffee guy. Thanks for that was Derp. Thanks for doing that. Breaking out the coffee guy.
Floor Tap asked me, does anybody want some coffee? Do you want some coffee? I made a fresh pot of coffee. Who wants coffee? Just made a fresh pot. Anybody want some coffee? Our coffee for everyone.
What the hell? Now he just says RR. Ask him if coffee makes him shit. If coffee makes him shit.
Hey, wait! Help us out over here!
Go in there.
I gotta change it to 1,000 points.
Kill more crates!
Floor Tap just redeemed Eddie Deason.
Or what is it? The rest of them are like 2,000? Oh yeah.
Floor Tap asked me, tell the tale of when Mickey D and Eddie Deason defeated Ed G. Bell. Let me take you back to that legendary day. Mickey D and Eddie Deason, fueled by endless coffee, set out on an epic quest to defeat the elusive E.T. on GBA. With each sip of that fresh pot, they gained superhuman focus and determination. The game tried to frustrate them with vague objectives and confusing controls, but they persevered, they navigated pixelated forests, and dodged alien traps, all while shouting, "Who wants coffee?" Their persistence and caffeine-fueled energy eventually led them to victory, conquering E.T. and cementing their place in gaming history. AR! Anybody want some victory? Coffee! R!
Derp made it, so he's gonna say AR. That's gonna be his character now. AR. He's losing his edge. What have I turned him into? Accelerated reader? You're about to jump in and abuse this? Oh, I raised the price to 2,000 now. So you better have a lot of points for that. Make him swear? Yeah. That's easy enough, but
What are
will
you
he
doing?
continue to swear?
What are you doing?
Nothing. Me? Just hanging around.
I think Tap, you didn't make him like curse, right? Like his program. So yeah, he probably doesn't curse on his own. You gotta make him do that. You don't know? Didn't see an option? Oh, I thought in just the... Oh, wait. I guess that would have been up to me, maybe? Yeah. I think if I go back into the settings, I'd have to change it so make him say a bunch of curse words and shit. Yeah, in the Tangia settings. They give you a couple little options.
Floor Tap asked me, how do you beat level 3 of ETGBA? Level 3 of that pixelated torment known as ET on GBA. It's like trying to find a needle in a haystack while being chased by angry wombats. First, gather all the Reese's Pieces. You can find those little pixelated dots. Then, avoid the government agents like they're trying to steal your last brain cell. Use your intergalactic powers to levitate pieces of your sanity and phone home.
Holy shit.
If all else fails, remember.
He actually knows the
Chaffee
game.
fuels the rage. ARR.
No. The Joker says ARR. Why? They're all gonna start saying ARR. Oh shit. Whoa. Damn. Yeah, Derp. You infected the AI. Oh, damn.
The McDonald's Gave Media Betties asked me, fuck you, Omegam47. Hey there, you glorious chaos monkey. Watch out. You might get hit by a rogue handhelds and pixelated lies. Omegam47, more like Omega Mess, am I right? Anyway, got your splatter of pixelated coffee and chaotic energy. Ready Wednesday is the perfect arena to unleash our inner gaming beasts. So grab your controller and let's rage against the pixelated machine. R.
Why ARR do you think ARR? You know Tim Allen, like how, what the hell is all this ARR shit? They're channeling some kind of pirate energy, or maybe they're just
Godilla's going crazy, I don't know.
with that how. That's some tool time stuff right there, mixing people are just wild, but hey, as long as they're having fun and not being a piece of shit.
Godilla's mad about something.
ARR or whatever.
Oh man, I missed the Mike Tyson. Damn. Or Mike Tyson didn't get to say anything. Oh, it's gonna take a while. Oh, there we go.
Floor Tap asked me, what did Godzilla do? Explain with bursts of ptarmigan chirps and monkey sound. Godzilla stomped through the city, chirp, chirp, causing chaos with each step. Ooh, ooh, ah, ah. Buildings crumbled, chirp, 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 and people ran.
Oh, you heard, Mike?
Ah, ah, ooh. Its roar echoed, sending shivers down spines. Chirp, chirp. Amidst the destruction, it unleashed its atomic breath. Ooh, ooh. Leaving a trail of devastation. Chirp, ah, ah, ooh. But hey, even Godzilla takes breaks. Chirp, chirp. Maybe some coffee, ARR.
What the fuck?
Derp Critic asked me, does coffee make you shit? Answer with the word shit. Every few words. Shit, when you drink coffee, it can sometimes make you shit because the caffeine can stimulate your bowels. Shit, you know, and get things moving. So shit, it's not uncommon for people to feel the need to take a shit after a nice hot cup of coffee. Shit happens.
Did he stop saying ARR? I didn't catch it that time if he said it. Maybe he's gonna say shit now all the time. Pushed it further.
Floor Tap asked me, how many shit did ARR? When the poopy shit squirt in the ARR shit, a Reneg should be pushing a Cooper. My friend, that's a load of shit talk in one sentence, but you know it's all about timing and location. The poopy shit might squirt when you're least expecting it, but maybe some fresh coffee can help keep things regular. AR, remember though, there's a time and a place for everything, even for an ARR Shitterinic adventure. ARR, ARR.
Tap wants him to say ARR. Need some coffee? You need your coffee? Is out. He was saying AR, yeah. Yeah, the AI doesn't understand the difference. Roll down. Oh shit, that was it. Goddamn. Alright, now I could save again. Wait, oh shit, you can't go back? Oh man. Oh shit, damn. Oh crap.
Floor Tap asked me, remember Grandpa Itchy from the Star Wars Holiday Special? Explain the scene where he uses the mind evaporator in great detail. Oh dear, Grandpa Itchy used the mind evaporator to escape the reality of his chaotic family, but it backfired, filling his head with a galaxy of confusion. RRR. He just wanted peace, but the contraption played his deepest desires on a loop, leaving him in a daze. The lesson: maybe stick to coffee for a mind vacation. R.
Okay. It just ends. Yeah, the AI is. It tends to just fucking do all sorts of weird shit after a while. Oh. Your AI is tainted with coffee, seals, and shit.
Floor Tap asked me, "Do you like hot coffee? How about some coffee with a side of coffee?" Oh, yeah, brother, you know the deal. Hot coffee is like the fuel for this macho machine. Dig it, I'm talking about coffee that kicks you right into high gear, makes the heart pump, and gets you ready to rumble with a side of coffee. Heck yeah, it's a power-up like no other. The cream rises to the top, and when you've got coffee, you're on the road to victory. Oh yeah, dig it.
You know, if y'all don't cool it on the TTS, it will be gone again. Yeah, that's why I thought 2,000 points was gonna be good enough, but I guess not. It's gotta be like 10,000 points.
Floor Tap sent, Grambly Gibbly Man with, a side of hot coffee.
2 million? 50,000? Damn. So only one person can use it? Only Mechas and Tap, probably. $2,000's pretty good. You're just sitting on a fat stack. Yeah, definitely better than where it was at, I think, 500. Some of them I had at 500. And I slowly started moving them up. Oh no. I didn't even catch that. The coffee guy was still 500. Shit. Till right now. Yeah, or at least as a long ass cooldown. Oh yeah, I guess I could mess with that, but it's kind of annoying. You have to do it individually, you know, like I have to go into the settings for each and every one. Oh, fucking hell. Damn. And this game is a lot tougher than I remember. So if you lose all your lives, it really hurts you. You gotta go back to your last save with Candy Kong. Oh, oh shit, Anna. What's up, Anna? Welcome in. Mickey D's are 1, yeah, 1 point. Yeah, that's crazy.
Good evening,
only have
ladies and gentlemen.
1 point to do any of those. Hey, Kaiser. Happy Wednesday.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
What kind of beer do you like? Heineken?
What are you doing?
Fuck that shit!
What
Pabst
are you doing?
Blue Ribbon!
Me? Just hanging around.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
Here we go.
So why would I leave? Why would I leave this fucking building just to get shot by
Trying
some
to get
fucking
showbiz
dumbass
clips to play.
motherfucking Chinese hanging out in some fucking little room, waiting for me to walk out of this fucking door right now, just sitting here waiting for me to walk out, and all I got is this fucking iron sight.
Just to
Look at
get
this
shot.
shit. Yeah, I'm gonna get him. Yeah, that's right. The second I see him, I'm gonna get him. Good. Fuck it. Let's go look for some armor.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
I'm like missing a ton of shout outs I was gonna do.
But you don't!
Oh yeah, I forgot Macca's even played No More Heroes 3. And he beat it.
Apologize to Juvenile and have fun hanging out with Prince Dickhead in hell.
Air fried sausage
Talk
is
about
actually
buttered
good.
sausage. Talk about buttered sausage, where it comes from, what it does. Why is it doing what it's doing? Get out of my face.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Damn, you never tried it, Umbra? Yeah. The air fryer is pretty much how I cook everything. Clips of the day. Oh shit. Okay. And what's with that banana right there? Want me to find a secret there? Oh, whoa. Okay. Short clip. Damn. come on, man. Freaking timing. Shit. Oh, man. Jesus. Oh crap. Oh, the audio's cracking? Yeah, it kind of sounds weird to me too. I don't know what to do about it, though. Close some windows. Yeah, I don't know. I closed some, but I don't know if it's gonna work. Yeah, RetroArch. Sounds like buffering issue. Some older emulators you can increase the sound buffer. Oh, if it's RetroArch, you're not sure. Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes I'm just again stuck with whatever the hell. Whatever RetroArch problems come up. Oh, missing the N? What? Where the hell was that? Wait, so I could take the flight back? Wait, what the? Don't leave. And save somewhere else? Is that a trick you could do? Yeah, right, what the hell? This is weird. So I can save here and then just go back. Take another flight. That seems like a waste of time. Wait, where's the Funky Kong Airlines? Oh shit, right there. Yeah, kind of a dumbass waste of time there. To do the save officially. You posted some suggestions from some Reddit thread in Discord. You wanna mess with it later? Oh, to fix it? Yeah. Yeah, I'll check it out after stream or whatever. Hey, you speedrun this? No. Nah, I don't even do speedruns. Oh, thanks for the alert, Kaiser. I don't think I speedrun anything. You just skip across whole levels. Oh, dinner. We'll keep the retro vibes alive for you. Oh, I thought I was gonna say something about your dinner or something. Oh yeah, you're having dinner actually. You don't mean breakfast. If you watch the speedrun, it looks like they're cheating. I mean, They are cheating, aren't they? It's always how to beat the level as fast as possible. If your core is probably shit. Yeah, I'm using the SNES 9. And then there's like SNES 9, but it's like 2000. It's like a later year. I want to say like 2010, so maybe I should be using that one. This one's probably fucked up by now. Outdated. Yeah. It's that SNES 9X, but just the regular whatever. I don't know if changing it to the 2010 version is gonna be that much of a difference or what? Damn. Oh shit, what the? I'm back here. You don't know? Can hear slowdown though? Yeah, I know the slowdown is happening for the game itself too, but I don't know if that's normal for Super Nintendo or what. Like if you played it on a real console, it probably had that same slowdown. Oh shit. Oh, minute. Try BSNES. Oh, I think actually with BSNES it's kind of messed up because then it says that the achievements are locked or some crap, or not locked, but like you can't even do them for some reason. They're not compatible with the achievements. I don't know. I ran into some weird problem with one of the cores. And one of the games, I forgot which. Oh shit! Oh, 0 lives. Damn. Shouldn't have any slowdown. Achievement, man. I mean, I do know the Super Nintendo had slowdown. So I don't know. To me, it seems normal. Maybe not as much sometimes that I'm seeing here, but definitely it happened a lot. Right now it seems fine. I don't know. Probably the levels too, depending on how much shit is going on screen, enemies and all that. Oh, damn, another free life. Oh, crap. Didn't even get it. Whoa, fucking hell. Candy cigarettes. Could just be OBS eating. Yeah, OBS, it takes up a little bit, but I think the main problem is Firefox that I have open. Oh shit, now it's slowing down. Yeah, it's crazy right now. When I had like a bunch of windows open in Firefox, it said it was up to 5,000 megabytes that it was using. And now I closed a bunch and it's down to 3,000. Hearing it here on the overmap. Yeah, it was happening right now because I clicked on Task Manager to look at the CPU usage, whatever, and clicking away from the RetroArch seemed to mess it up. Yeah, no slowdown right here unless unless I click away from the screen. Yeah, I think that's what did it. I don't know, there's all sorts of crazy problems that come up playing stuff on the computer for me. Oh, damn. Oh, shit. Oh. No. Yeah, let's see where the save takes me now. Should be fine. I just gotta take that stupid airplane. That dumb shit. Totally pointless. Shouldn't, bro, you're looking at the comments of the Chick-fil-A sauce girl. And the top comment is... What? Make a joy? The hell is that? Make a J-O-I? Needs more followers. Same as Coco Pup. Your shoutouts are on cooldown. Oh, you were trying to do a shoutout. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know. Frosty Tools doesn't control it, so I think it's just broken right now. Oh wait, Mouse Fitzgerald worked.
Where you going?
Oh, another bullshit clip. Wed's Nest Day. Oh yeah. Yeah, my titles are usually off. The stream titles usually don't really say what's going on. This is Nintendo related. What? Why can't I jump off of this thing? What the? Okay, jeez. Be good. Oh, did it stop you from doing the be good, Godilla? I put a cooldown on that. Cooldown says no. They're broke. I put a cooldown on the be good if you tried that. I don't know how quickly it works. Look at them. They made a bunch of ET games, Dread. Yeah, like
was found in bed as chewed up as a McDonald's hamburger.
we found out that that company that was making ET games, they had the license for a little bit or something, so they cranked out as many as they could. Some weird story. Yeah, 20 more ET games. Didn't the fools learn their lesson? No, I don't know, I guess they were making money off of them or something. All of them went bankrupt. talking about
Dread
shoutouts.
Crumb just redeemed. Choose
ET
a short
jerks off
YouTube
police
video.
officers. Oh shit, that's wild. Yeah, let's see now. This should be fine. It looks like the memory use went up a little bit because of a new window.
Maybe the kids won't notice that it sucks. I mean, they're just kids, right?
Let's take a ride in the
Oh, this video again. More ET video.
This game is giving me more cancer.
ET species is in Star Wars.
They should have called this game
Yeah.
Oh, this is just great. All I
There's a
wanted
bunch
was
of
for this game to be
ETs in
good.
there.
God, that's all I asked for. You
Phantom
made my parents
Menace.
get divorced, and you killed my baby sister, and all I asked you was for this game to kick ass.
They're called. Is that what they're called? As a Jonia? As a Gianna? That's the ET species. That crazy name. It even says what planet they're from. Oh, it says what planet? I guess I didn't really remember what planet they said. Brodo Asogi? That's the planet. What really happened was George Lucas paid off the developer of ET to make it suck, to play a prank on Spielberg, according to Code Monkey's lore. Oh, I mean, that would be cool. That would be a funny ass thing. I mean, they're fucking millionaires and whatever. Who gives a shit if one of their projects fails? That would be a fucking hilarious prank to play on your millionaire friends. If he did it out of jealousy, then damn. But no, I think they're good friends, so I doubt either one of them would fuck up the other's projects and shit. And it's not like George Lucas made the game, or I mean Spielberg or whatever, one of his companies. So I'm sure he doesn't even give a shit. Holy moly, fuck. Oh, damn it. Safe. Oof. Greb Elps was to fund an extragalactic expedition project shortly before the Clone Wars. Just means green planet. Some Star Wars lore. Oh no, shit. get that letter. Oh, damn. Okay, this thing's gonna chase me. Oh, damn. Holy crap. Oh, I see something there. Yep. Oh shit, yeah, the K. Always forgetting the K. Oh shit. Oh, damn, it comes down. Stays down. What the fuck? Oh yeah, screw this. I don't want to really. Oh, well. Close to getting a free leg. How many bananas does this shit give you? Screw it. Moving on. Right. Damn. Seems like that minecart level was the hardest one. Everything else is not that bad. Orangutan gang. Oh. You called? What? I said orangutan. Gang. Whatever the name of this level is. Oh, what? Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. That was good to kill these guys. Now it worked. Yeah, I don't know what.
I'm the only
what
magical one in
happened
my
there.
family. Well, I can attest to your magicalness, so yeah.
His
I'm gonna
only
look at my screen and decide
flans.
that I'm not gonna be a cosmic horror tonight. Not tonight. Different night though. Get it? Feel yourself. Have some wine. Just be like, tonight. Tonight I'll be a cosmic horror for the Eldritch Horrors. Shoot.
Oh, that's what you're talking about. This guy has 2 accounts, which his other one needs more followers. What? Oh my god, what? Oh shit. Oh man, what the fuck? Why couldn't that ostrich make that jump, damn it? He uses only such account. He uses they them pronouns. Okay. So why does why does they have 2 accounts? What's the other one for? Is it actually a OnlyFans type of thing? Oh damn. Thought the bird could kill. Can't kill the little crocodiles. Oh, there's the orangutan. Oh shit. Mankey Kong. It'll make sense to you, but you know, guessing for cooking. So you check out both of the accounts? You don't know what he does on the other one? The flans one, I guess. Yeah, that sounds like cooking. Oh shit. Alright. Holy crap. Frozen fast. You heard OnlyFans is trying to branch out again? Oh, trying to get out of the porn hole? Yeah, I've heard of people saying that they use it for other things, but nah, they're stuck as a porn site. That's all it's gonna be, really. Nobody's gonna think, check out my OnlyFans. I do cooking there or some bullshit. I mean, do we really need another one? Another website like that? Just do what you're known for. Porn. Whatever. That's what they're famous for. Damn. Oh, that level's over with. Hey, Yosh. Check out my Only Deus page. I'll check that out. Yosh's Only Deus page on OnlyFans. They need another name for their site though. Yeah. If they're gonna try to do that, they need to totally change the name so nobody thinks of it anymore. Yeah, as a porn site, just reinvent everything then, I guess. It's like Sam's Club. You can buy eggs, dairy, and tires. What on? That's what they want to do? Make it a store or something? Maybe Sam's Club will install a back room behind a beaded curtain. Yeah. A little hidden room. No kids allowed back there. What the? Come on. I think like the hit boxes or whatever in this are a little messed up. You could be touching an item and not even get it. But the enemies seem to hit you no matter what. Enemies got perfect hit detection. You're upset you never got to enjoy the back room? Oh yeah. Yeah, that was pretty crazy. I never went in one. Oh wait, yes I did, but it was when yeah, VHS stores or whatever, they were pretty much going out of business or something. I did check out one of those behind the beaded curtain rooms. It's pretty great. Damn, is this the right way? You grew up seeing all these guys go into that section. Now you'll never know what was back there. That's why Omega's so chill. Yeah, I'm not left wondering what was behind there. I can relax. Oh man, come on. Ooh. Speaking of chill, this music, the most chill music in all of video games. Oh shit, oh. Are we free? Is this the end? Oh my god, nope. I thought that arrow meant I was at the end already. This is maybe your favorite track ever? Yeah, I've seen like a lot of people love this this song. Suddenly I didn't know it was that popular till I started seeing people talk about it on different, well, all over the place. It seems like people bring up this little track off of this. It does sound like they made it like to be super relaxing. Even if the level is kind of a little bit tricky. The music makes you think it's gonna be pretty easy going. And then you see these spinny things. And you start to freak out. Damn, why do I keep missing the K every level? Alright, boss. Bumblebee Rumble. Oh shit, okay, when he's red you can't hurt him, right? Oh man. Alright. Nope. And that. Can't do it. Oh. Yeah, okay. Damn, is 6 hits the standard for every boss? Oh, I don't know how many hits that was. Was that 6? Queen Bee dethroned. Gorilla Glacier. I forgot how many levels are there. Seems like I still got a long way to go though. Like, isn't oh, that balloon went away. Shit. The factory is like the last level or something, or a pirate ship or something. Oh nope. Damn it. I knew something just had to be there. Holy crap. This one or this one? Nope, damn it. Oh.
My oven sucks.
Now you put up his only.
I'm writing your name
flames.
on the hot tub for 5 gift subs. Careful, Coco. I'm golden.
Gonna try this. Here we go. It's like the same one, isn't it? Yeah, the hell? Winky at me, winky at you. Oh, okay. I didn't even know what it was for, collecting all that. Oh, got an alarm here. Turn that on. That's the one you wanna follow, or both really. Wednesday, but you play this nest. Yeah, a little too crazy. Everything's out of control. Should I actually title it Wed Nest Day? Oh, the balloon, no, damn it. Oh man. Oh crap. Oh sh. Aw, damn it. Aw, dang it. Damn, I didn't even get a checkpoint. Oh shit, shit. Almost. God damn. Hey, Nikolai. Donkey Kong, let's go. Hope you're having an awesome day. Yeah, pretty awesome day. Thanks. Hope you're having a good day too. There we go. Holy crap. Man. Oh man, that was the checkpoint. There's gotta be something there. Okay, there we go. Holy crap. Oh man. Oh, I got the O. Holy shit. Oh man. Freaking snow. Oh man. Oh, come on. Nope, not gonna risk it now. Screw that. Damn, these are more difficult. God damn. Oof, I do not like these spinning barrels. Shit. Oh man. Oh my god. Oh man, come on. Oh shit. Damn. Oh crap. Damn, I didn't know where I was going. Oh, okay. Damn. I was missing that every time. Okay. Son of a... Oh, shit. Oh. Damn. That was the best thing I could have done then. Alright, screw this level. That made it way easier. What's over here? Uh-huh. Oh man. Oh shit. I didn't even realize that was Daniel. I thought that was Derp. I just saw the color. Let's do a shout out for Berserk. And for whoever else probably forgot. I think Godilla, did I even do one for it? Oh shit, that's a gameplay.
Yes!
Berserk clip. Feel like those are rare.
One shot.
Jesus Christ! No way!
Dread.
Getting my ass kicked by Lieutenant Dan. Run away!
Oh yeah, Beyond Oasis. I've seen that game.
Jesus.
In action.
Oh my god. Okay.
Pretty interesting.
That was amusing.
Oh, Yosh. Yosh was here.
Ha ha ha! The one time it worked. Oh my god.
Oni.
Nice.
Oh, that one's damn it. Thought that went already. Yoshi.
Whoa, whoa there. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, something sure is wrong here. Oh, join the flop party. Oh my god. Oh, he's doing it too. Oh my god. Oh my god, what's happening?
What the? Holy crap! What a glitch! Hey. Man, it's so weird. Slippery rope. Okay, this one makes you slip down. Ah. Oh, damn. Oh man. Crap. Greasel. Hey, question. Movie days, what if you watched old game Let's Plays? Jeez, I don't know about that. Oh crap. Yeah, that doesn't sound like something I'd want to do. I don't think anybody would really. We're gonna watch a replay of somebody else's. Yeah, that just sounds like a bad idea. Ooh. And there we go. All right. And Huff Jenkum? What? What the hell? What is that? Only a thought? Yeah, I don't think anybody does that, do they? I've never seen somebody watch somebody else's video, like playthrough like that. All right, up and down ropes. Weird idea, but okay. Man, I forgot about these levels. Oh, you fucker. Shit. Oh, can't go back. What? You're back? You're alive? Ooh. Oh shit. Oh man. Damn it. Oh, I needed that jumping guy. Damn it. Or one of these. Nope. Oh crap. Oof. Oh shit. Oh, there's the O. Nice. Okay. Holy shit. Oh man. So many secrets. Oh, did I just keep the O, I guess? Yeah. What? Another accident. Oh shit. Alright, not bad, I guess. Hey, Schizo. Thanks for the alert. Let's shout out Schizo. Let's see. See what he's got.
You there?
No clip? Oh, there we go.
Yep.
Oh shit, Battletoads.
Fuck, dude, I'm getting my ass kicked. Yeah. Dude, I suck.
You're rustier than a nail.
Oh, there's
that was
gonna be
teamwork right
ads in a bit. I was thinking of getting something to eat, taking a break. Poop out your ass, Godilla. Wait, they sent me back. What? How did I get? I don't even know what happened. Ended up back down there. Oh no, not this shit. Oof. Too shabby. Damn, no.
Hey, pizza! Great, let's dig in. Yeah, I want some.
Thought that was Brady. Thanks for that pizza alert, Schizo. Oh man, am I going backwards? Where the hell is this going? Oh, arrow. Should be close. Ah, the end? Damn. Where could that be? Not going back, but what's up with these ropes? Seem to be here for no reason. Fuck Romans movie set? Posted in food section? Oh, what? Oh, something you cooked up, Umbrin? Your breakfast today? Oh, the sausage you were talking about, maybe? Okay. See what Umbrin ate. Gonna make me wanna cook up sausage too. Oh, look at that. Damn, this level's kinda fucked up. All that snow. Oh, ads are gonna start. Might as well go eat that eggs and sausage or something. Hey video, welcome in. You would wed a NES today, but your fiance has dibs on you first. Ramones? Oh, Ramones. Spelled bad that pizza is from School of Rock. Oh, you were saying the movie's sick? Okay. Yeah, the movie's pretty, I don't know, it's funny in a goofy ass way. I liked it. But yeah, I think you gotta be a Ramones fan too or something. If you don't like them, then that movie's probably hell for you. Oh, and we're in ads. But yeah, gonna go eat. Be back soon. And put that in the message. And yeah. Let's put the music. Godilla's music channel. Conqueror's music. Alright. See you guys later.
you. I said I was gonna do that if you did that again.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
While Bangle is hiding somewhere.
Okay, so now what?
Well, if you're up for it, we can try cutting through that hotel.
Oh yeah.
I'm up for it.
We got a new card. No, thank you. Reading. No thanks. What do you want? What do you need? What do you want from me? What's up?
Holy shit. Oh yeah, back to Donkey Kong Country. Man. That minecart level, remember? That really was insanely tough. Because everything else after that wasn't that bad. It's crazy. For some reason, they throw that minecart level like in the first part of the game, and it's fucking hard as hell. I'm surprised that I haven't seen another minecart level though. I thought they were pretty common in this. Oh damn. Missed the K again. Yeah, and that was the first one. Shit. So they're just gonna get more insane. Not looking forward to that. There was Mankey Kong. Oh, this is the butt sex song. I just noticed the words. Godilla's favorite music. Snow looks like glue. Oh, good. Okay. Alright. I just wanted to finish at least this level. Tractopus Chase. Oh, another water. The water levels aren't that bad. Just minecarts for some reason. They crank up the difficulty. Alright, let's see. Oh, you know what? Yeah, I wanted to try the Genesis one. Hopefully I got that. Genesis Earthworm Gym. See how different that is. I know the way it sounds is gonna be a lot, I'm guessing a lot different. Oh yeah, let me turn off the music actually. It looks pretty much the same. Normal. Difficult. Practice. Alright. You refuse butt segs? We were listening to that. We heard your butt segs song.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement.
Everything I do so instinctive and so passionate. Every word I move so descriptive like an adjective. I got a vendetta against people who patented being negative when you should be getting after it. I got facts over tracks, this and that. Spitting slow, spitting fast. I could roast, I could gas. Think I'm okay at last, but I don't know if that can erase all the past. And the pettiness, a reflection of the emptiness. Hilarious, you think you're worth my time, you're delirious. Mysterious, because you hide behind a fake exterior. Inferior, you know I'll always be a bit superior. Get off of me, this ain't no humble brag. I want you to hear words, you can say them back. I want you to feel free from the chains at last, and to believe in what you got, it was built to last, yeah. Now that I've been put through hell, I never got anyone's help. I had to do it all myself.
I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness. If you wanna play tough and wanna hate this, I'll always show up and make a statement. I don't ever slow up, no I don't take shit. I got no love for the fakeness.
Frank Crow 1215 just rated.
So 1,250. Thanks for the raid, Umbra. Don't you know you stream the popular game? No game. Yep. Everyone knows that. Oh, okay. Can't jump off the chain. Oh, alright, Umbra, no problem. Oh, I shot an Umbran crow. Killing Umbran crows here. The fuck you say? Hey, I didn't put the crows in this game. I don't know why they're a popular enemy in every game. Somebody just doesn't like them. Or maybe they do like them, but they prefer that they play the part of the villain. Oh yeah. Oh, wait a second. I see you. Is that a hook? Okay. Okay, that's what it's for. Burst plasma. It's it's Elvis's birthday, really? We gotta play his videos. Right now that the ads are coming up. And start that up. Here we go. Happy birthday to Elvis. That's enough celebrating Elvis's birthday.
Oh yeah. Yippee!
Oh yeah. Is this a boss? Oh shit, there we go. What? Oh. Very cool. Time to cringe. What? Oh, down. JK. Oh, what was that? Big yummy secret junk health. Oh yeah.
Myadilla99 just
Damn.
redeemed choose a short YouTube video.
Okay, that boss. Up. Cringe about this. That's a cutie, yeah. I wouldn't mind having that bird as a pet. It's female? Is it pregnant? Nice bird. Is it a Lagopus? Lagopus?
Willow ptarmigan. Lagopus lagopus.
Oh, what happened there? Oh, crap. Oh man, come on. With headphones, you can hear babies peeping? Oh, really? I didn't notice. I got headphones on, but I didn't really notice the little birds. Oh shit. For sure this looks better on the Super Nintendo. Something looks kind of weird right here. The transparency effect of that blue. Those blue rings. Oh, damn. Oh, let him get through. Did I win? Okay, that was really easy. The background moves faster. Really? Well, yeah, they did say Genesis has that last processor. Oh shit, we're in hell already? Damn. Thought this was a much later level. Music was always awesome. Oh shit. Damn it. Ow. Oh my god, what the hell? That was kind of hard to see that fire. Plasma. Oh, dang. Oh, I just set it off. Wait, I can't.
Plasma!
Up. Oh yeah, what's up with this? So I destroyed it?
Oh yeah.
Oh shit, what the? Where did I fall off? Oh, there's a hook. Oh, yeah. What the hell? Wait a second. Think you run on top of that? Yeah, this part was weird. Is that it? Or is it something else? What am I supposed to do here? Yeah, I don't remember this. Can't be that difficult, right? No. I don't know. I don't get that. I'll just leave the music. Gotta look this up. I don't get this. Earthworm Gym. See, Earthworm Gym walkthrough. Oh shit. Damn. Definitely don't remember that. There's no time, right? That was all sorts of stuff.
New FanDuel users get $200.
Oh. Commercials. Oh shit, that is what I'm supposed to do, but weird. I fell off whenever I try to run on it. Yeah, there's something weird about this. Could be the emulator. Or is the Genesis version just fucked up? Oh my god, you have to like be at the right exact spot or something. Oh shit. I was about to switch over to the Super Nintendo. I don't remember that being so tough. Running on the green jewel. Oh shit. God damn. Okay. Whoa. Damn. Can't kill the lawyers? Oh, other direction now. And now it's a portal. Oh shit. Oh, you fucker. Oh. I don't know if I'm supposed to shoot or whip them. Oh, okay. Whatever, either way.
Oh yeah.
Thanks, Satan. Damn, what the fuck? Get me out of here, shit. Oops. Plasma. Oh, that's my health right there. Okay.
Yippee! Plasma!
Oh shit. Oh. Uh-oh. Slow down. What's up with that? What? Are they just gone now? Okay, shit. It's weird. Oh, how do you get that? Okay, then. Hey, I'm back here. Holy shit. Ah.
Oh yeah. Sweet doggy.
Bam. Oh, man.
Wildma! Wildma! Wildma!
Oh, come on. Alright. Oh, oh, come on. Fuck.
Oh yeah. Sweet doggy.
Okay. Oh my god. Fuck.
Oh yeah.
Damn. Oh. Shit. Hey, fucking move. What? Just get blocked right there for some reason.
Yippee! Wildma! Wildma! Oh yeah.
Quick. Oh shit, no. Bam. Oh. Where is he? Oh, damn. Thought the fight was over. Shit. Oh, you little fucker. Oh, you son of a bitch. Oh. Damn. Oh, man. Come on. Oh, fuck. Shit. Okay. 1,000 bullets. Oh, fuck. That's cool.
Ouch!
Damn. Oh man, gotta do that better. There we go. What the heck?
Groovy!
Andy asteroids.
Groovy! Groovy!
You sure about that? Godzilla moves faster? I think he made that up. What? The race? This race again? Hey.
Groovy!
Down the tubes. The hamster level. Oh shit. Wait, how though? Oh, okay, I think I know. Oh, fucker. Oh my god. Damn it. Fuck. Oh. Is this a secret area? Open. Oh shit. Hamster. Oh, it's just a different way to go. Oh man. Oh. Jesus Christ. What? Oh. Shit. Oh, damn. Do I even want to collect those? Damn. This level? Oh man, yeah, right? You already know this level's a real pain in the ass. Yep. Oh shit. Go back, right? And it's really just those that the little submarine, these bubble ships. And it sucks when you start slamming into everything. Wait, what is this shit? Oh, that's for oxygen. Okay, forgot about that. Oh my god. Wish I knew exactly where I was going. Oh shit. Oh man. Wait, what? No. Oh. Was I supposed to get hurt? Cause I don't think I could kill these things. Damn. I guess I was. This is the Minecraft level? Yeah. It raises up the difficulty like that. How's lunch? Pretty good, I guess. Oh, what was that? Oh man. The cow. Missed a free life. I don't know if I could have got it there or what. Oh, is that it? You have been eaten the half empty something? Shit.
Groovy.
Oh, I'm trying to make him say groovy a bunch of times. I don't know what button it is. Oh, there's a second half to this? Shit. Damn. I was hoping that was everything I had to do there.
Oh yeah.
Oh man. Oh. Holy shit. Yeah. The sound of the glass fucking makes you freak out. Damn, what in the fuck? Holy crap. Oh, man. No wonder they give you 99 seconds to do that. That shit is long. Forgot about, oh yeah, a giant hamster. That's why I called it like the hamster level. That's what I mostly remember, like that there was a giant hamster. And the bubble thing, that too, but yeah, I always like that giant hamster just shows up. This part, remember being insane, think just I don't know. It's tough, man. That shit. I don't think I ever really got used to it. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah, they show you a free life there for some reason.
Oh yeah.
Godzilla. The Out Here Brothers with lyrics. Oh, this is just the detour. Fuck. I don't want to take no detour just for that. Fuck that. Gives me more oxygen. What is that? Oh man, that's nothing. Crap.
Oh yeah.
Oh, if you're going to shatter, yeah. When it's down to like 10 seconds, I just gotta fucking go for it. Can't believe they put those little detours though. Like, who the hell's gonna take those? Just to get some worthless ammo? Right there, that was a mistake going there. Oh my god, where the fuck is it? Oh man. Holy shit. Was there? Oh man, I didn't see anything. I just gave up kind of right there. I was like, damn. After all that, it still wasn't in my sight. Dreadbread is getting out there, brothers. What? Hello? Ooh man, I should just save state this because I'm probably gonna lose a bunch of lives. Let's see. Yeah, save state there. Damn. I remember when I first, well, back when I would beat this game as a kid, I think I got really good at it. That I was just flying through a lot of it. With like barely getting any crashes or anything. But that was like after playing it over and over and over a million times and shit. And like getting hit even once is enough to make you give up. Oh man. Was I here last time? This strawberry freeze from Taco Bell is pretty good. What is that? Taco Bell ice cream or something? Damn. It was like a little more after that. Oh man. Holy shit, what's going on? Suddenly started slowing down there. Oinking. Weird, it just started to go slower now. I wonder what's going on. What the fuck? Son of a bitch. I don't know. Once you start bumping into shit. Oof. Here we go. Damn. So that'll just a complete game over. Damn. Okay, so what are continues then in this game? Load states. Is it collecting all those orbs or no? Those are free lives, right? Cause holy shit, they made this crazy difficult then. I only had one continue. Yeah, I knew I was gonna probably need it. I didn't want to start this over, man. Shit, man. Start to get real reckless. Ooh, man. 37. I don't know if that's good or bad at this point. Definitely beat the hell out of the bubble though. Oh man. Oh no, I think that was actually really bad. I'm already down to the last 20 seconds right there. Yeah, that was really bad. Screw that. Yeah, save state back here. This shit, yeah. This shit's crazy tough. God damn it. I thought the last bubble part was the tough part, and I was scot-free. I was like, yeah, I did it. Didn't realize, oh man, no, there's a way tougher part. That was nothing what I did in the last level. Man, they just designed this so fucked up, man. Like, there's nowhere, anywhere in this part of the game where there's smooth sailing. Just fucking, you're gonna get into a crash if you just try to do this fast. Even trying to take your time feels like you're bound to crash too. Oh man, once you crash once. Holy shit. Damn, already out of time. Damn, it really is like you gotta be perfect and just sailing around. Hey, Uni. What? Oh, Sabrina. Should I put on the music? Maybe that'll distract me. You're eating lunch? Oh, that's good. Did you have breakfast? Or going straight to lunch? I feel like I went straight to lunch. Oh, you got panda? No breakfast? Well, yeah. Panda Express? What the fuck? Oh my god. Godilla, you put this? Fuck this, isn't that even music? And the bird video, no. Brad Paisley, okay, we'll allow that. Love some panda. Wanted in and out, but the line was stupid long. Damn. Is there any good time to go when there isn't a line? Like midnight? Damn. Is it a bunch of tourists that want to try it? Seems like just a touristy spot. Since everyone talks about it so much. I'm gonna save state this fucking thing. It's always busy, but since it's lunchtime, it's the worst. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, lunch sounds like that would be the craziest time. There's one 10-minute. Oh, damn. 10 minutes from your house. Kind of like Macca's with his steak and shake right next to his house. He's lucky to have that. Yeah, I wish I had Steak and Shake super close. I'm gonna, man, 25? Yeah, that seems like kind of shitty. I thought I was doing good there, even if I was crashing like crazy. Um, Never been to one. Is it good? Yeah, Steak and Shake. I think it's really good. Like it's a piece of steak instead of regular hamburger. So I don't know, something special about that. And they got some good milkshakes too. What the fuck is this? Who put this on? Is it still Godilla? Ebenezer good, what? Vidya? There isn't one near you, Spice? Oh, not a milkshake fan, but you do love steak. Yeah, so I think you would like it. It's a burger, but steak. Ebenezer good. Lovely. Damn, I don't think that was that good, and that time was kind of terrible. Nope, in Fresno, California looks like you're 4 hours away from one. Damn. You're from Fresno? That's where you live right now? Yep. Oh shit. Let me see. I'm gonna try to do that without crashing. Damn it. Holy shit. Damn. I'm gonna do save states 1. Even though this is probably a shitty time. 24. LA is burning down. Poor LA. Been through there several times. Got family in Pasadena. Crazy how bad it looks. Your family's in LA, Mooney? Looks like the hell they depict in the movie Constantine. Oh yeah, I remember uh, a review of that movie where somebody just said that looks like LA. Constantine, that their version of hell, just like, hey, that's downtown LA or some shit. Straight up, it does. Parents moved you there a long time ago. Moved around after he turned 18, but ended up coming back. Oh, to be near family. You considered moving to a near town there for work, but decided against it. Hmm. Too many hours away from your family. Yeah, damn, that time is bad. Unless I just do this crazy shit somehow. Oh man. No, I don't like it. That was not a good one. Load. Shit. Oof. It's freaking hot as fuck around here. Although you guess LA's pretty hot. Yeah. Maybe northern LA. I mean, Northern California is probably nicer. That place is a hell. Only thing you like about it is how centrally located it is for all the art pop up and conventions. You do everything. Oh, yeah, that's kind of good then. But yeah, I don't know about that weather though. It does sound horrible. Let me see. Save state. On top of this, number one. Damn. Can't believe I was close that other time. Shit. One of the first tries. Definitely live off your AC. Shit, come on. Duh. Damn it. Son of a bitch, man. Oh, Lurk. Thanks for Lurk, Spice Boy. Bye bye, Spice. Spice Boy's off to Costco for some supplies. May the snacks be ever in your favor. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh, I was in the middle of moving that way. Shit. Oh, you gotta get back on the road. You listening? Got your. Oh, you got this song. Okay, Uni. Take care on the road. Be safe. You got this horrible song. Wow. That's all this song says. Jesus. Damn. Fucking hell, what the? Ugh. Shit. Oh my god, come on. Oh shit. Holy fuck, it was right there. Ah. Oof. That was crazy. I'm not into this. What is this? Oh shit. It's your song, Goonie? It's about espressos and Nintendo. Is that what they're saying? I thought this was for sure a Godilla song. Oh shit. Oh, I missed it. That's me espresso. I heard Nintendo or something there. Oh, is this gonna be a Godilla? Terrible Godilla song. Yeah, I don't like that either. Yikes. And just listen to Earthworm Jim. Oh, awesome. This is the end.
Groovy.
Oh. One of the buttons make them say groovy. Shit. Oh, crap. Holy shit, no. Oh no. Damn, that was the end. Okay. Psychro. Savage with the Earthworm Jim. Man, when does this guy die? Ugh. Oh, you bastard. Oh shit. Okay, damn. There we go. Jeez, be gone, scavenger. Ooh, it's not a problem. Round one. I forgot about this. What the hell am I doing here? Oh. Oh shit, down to the last life. Okay. What the hell to do? Bump into him? Oh shit. Damn. Oh yeah, that is it. Okay. Just gotta watch out for that monster too. Oh fuck, he fucked me up too. Dang. Oh. Do I start with a messed up bungee already? Hey, Mechas. Like Earthworm Jim? Yeah, they give me a shitty bungee rope to start with. Damn.
I'm done. Do what you want. Pull the plug.
Oh, okay.
Oh my god.
Look out for that too. Crap. Feel worse somehow than when you fell asleep? Damn.
What are you doing?
Hmm?
What are you doing?
Mechas, you need a doctor?
Me?
I'm done. Do what you
Just
want.
hanging
Pull
around.
the plug.
Oh man. Damn, this shit. Shit's fucked up. Yeah, this shit sucks. I now just got up after 5 hours. Damn. Sounds like you got something more than just a flu or a cold. Definitely not a regular old cold. Oh man, you can't hit the edges at all. Oh shit, he's dead. Is this a problem? It's not. Oh shit, round 2. Oh man. Oh. Crap. Damn. Shit. Oh, get away, get away, get away. Oh, oh, fucking hell. Being sick success, definitely. It's probably the sickest you've been since your shot. Damn. Yeah, man. That was fucking crazy. Oh, 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 shit, shit. Oh my god, get away. What? Oh my god. Man, this shit is nuts. Oh my god, motherfucker. Damn. This guy's doing that spin. Oh, fuck. Didn't seem like I could escape that. Oh, Earthworm Jim? The first one? Yeah. Your lung? What? Oh, your lungs got infected from CPAP. Had to buy a whole new one. Damn. Holy shit. The fucking machine infected you? Holy fuck, that sucks. So much shit to worry about. Your own fucking medical device fucking you up. Oh, motherfucker. Oh shit, damn, that was fast. Somehow. It's not a problem. Round 3. Oh, fuck. 3 rounds. Oh, shit. Oh, no, I didn't save. Fuck. Oh. Damn mold in the system. Where he couldn't get out. Yeah, holy shit. Having to clean the thing. More shit to worry about. God damn. Oh shit, man. Damn, you can just fuck him up like that. Okay. Oh man. Damn. Holy shit. Damn. Ugh, that's... was getting him good though. Ugh, some bitch. Damn. Oh shit, I think I died. Did I? Yep. Oh, what the fuck is that? What? How does that happen? What the fuck? Alright, it was number. I don't know. What was that? That was some weird shit. Save 3, I think. Why would it go back to 0? Ugh. This is my Callisto. You should have seen the water level. That shit was Callisto. This one I can't believe is actually much easier. I already got through the first 2 rounds. That was kind of tough already, but oh fuck. Shit. It's tough. I don't know when he's gonna start spinning. It's like fucking random as hell when he wants to attack. Shit. Ugh. Oh, you're home, Oni? So nice outside. Oh shit. When he's got good weather. Sky is blue and the sun is shining. Everything's going great in California. Meanwhile, Macus is sick as a dog. What? Oh man. No. Yeah, Macus. Something happened to him. He got sick. Was it yesterday you got sick or the day before? Caught something from your mom. Can't even move. Oh shit. That's fucked up. Come on. There we go. I'm just gonna save here instead. Save. He's ready to spin. Yep, I knew it. Holy crap. Damn. Damn, motherfucker. No. Shit. Damn it. Started yesterday. You have some really bad luck, yeah. You really do. Sitting in your front porch with the sun on your back feels so good. I try to make Macca's feel worse. It snowed here like 10 inches. Damn. Even the weather is bullying you. Yep. Oh. Making him laugh. No. Damn it. Yeah, it's tough. How do I get away from him? And that creature too. Shit. Damn it, what the fuck? Oh my god. Because guess what happened? What happened when a lady at this place you went to told you you were beautiful? You were like, thanks. It was so random. Looked at her like trying to be awkward. Yeah, what the? That's weird. but your thanks was already awkward. Oh, you tried not to be. Oh, okay. Damn. Shit. Oh my god, the fucking guy, the monster was right there. Jesus. You left that ambiguous? Did you, oh yeah. Or you? I thought you were around. Yeah, I took a little lunch break. Had some chicken and tater tots. Can't be starving yourself all day. No, I'm uh pretty full of chicken, chicken and potatoes. You haven't eaten? Damn, Macus can't even eat. Give me the controller. Think you were like 8 when you beat this? Damn. I was probably 10. Might have been 10 or something. Scared to eat because you can't hold anything? Oh yeah, you were throwing up too. Damn. Call Mama Macus to make you some soup. Yeah, you should get some help from Mama and Grandma. Damn, this motherfucker. Damn. Ugh. Oh shit, ads gonna start. Mama gave you the crud. Not take care of the crud. What? You gave me the crud. She did. She did give you the crud. Getting my feathers ruffled. That's one way to put it. Oh, ads coming up. Is it time for more Godilla music? Espresso music.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh, okay, little guy.
Reggae, Frankie, no get right. Reggae, Frankie, no get right.
The fuck? What is this gonna be? The Grog Boys. You gave Dread Breadcrumb some culture, enchiladas with almost every ram ranch. All right. This is the culture part. Oh man, already. That's not music. God damn you. I thought that was gonna start getting into a song. Oh, I still got that pinned message. Who made that? What? Pink by Boris Uni JV. What? Dedicated to Uni? You made that Uni? I mean, Godilla, you made that for Uni? What is Pink by Boris? Man. Holy crap. You love this song? Oh, yeah, this is yours, right? But I'm wondering what Godilla put next. I think it's next. Oh no, he put Ram Ranch again. Puts you in a good mood. What about Ram Ranch? Oh my god, that freaking thing is everywhere I'm going. Son of a bitch. Getting ready to skip Ram Ranch. Here we go, Ram Ranch again. Oh shit, come on. Ah, there we go. Shot up. Oh, it's not a problem. And the asteroids again. This puts you in a good, yeah. Well, this puts me in a good mood too. This is a good song. Let's scream. Ah. Oh, damn. Holy crap. I didn't realize I was dying like that. Oh, man. Oh, what? Damn. Reminds you of your days. Wait, what? Oh, your days at the boardwalk. Your young and carefree days. Yeah, is this Godzilla again? Putting normal, good songs? Oh, that's video. Okay. Another good, yeah. It's time from video. There we go. Yeah, there. Hey, Notorious. Welcome in. Try and get through at least one game of Earthworm Jim. And jamming out to some Godilla tunes and Uni.
Down in Ohio, swag like Ohio. Oh no, it's the cat.
Oh, Notorious
Death comes
Son.
for all.
Oh, you never finished Earthworm Jim?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough. I'm finding out all over again
Well,
how,
Lenny, you're in
tough it
Ohio,
is.
which is a weird place with every entity. In your Ohio, it's safe, but there's another
this is an
Ohio in
old
another
clip of your
universe of
son
monsters.
pre-puberty.
And it's in our state.
Celery. Sounds like a little baby.
Yes, true, Lenny. Ohio is heck. Like, you can't even sleep in Ohio without being beaten to death by a monster.
How old is that clip? See, Ohio Skibbity. Oh no. Never realized how much his voice changed. Oh, that's funny that you get a memory of your kid on Twitch from an old clip. That must be a couple years at this point. Alright, back to the regular music. He's so embarrassed about the skibbity shit. Damn. Well, that's good that he's not into saying that random stupid word. Oh, Uni knows all the dumb slang. Is that even slang? I don't know what any of that shit is. Ohio, Sigma, and Skibbity, Riz. All the dumb shit kids love. How many more? Hey.
Groovy.
Level 5. Alright. This is a Godilla song. Right? Who else would put this? Godilla. He's Baby Gronk. The Uni's a Rizzler. We embarrassed the little Notorious so bad the other night. Your abs are sore from laughing so hard. Telling you to play Genesis. Saying that shit was killing me. Damn. You guys were being bullies? Bullies? To little Notorious? Did you make him cry? Always? Nah. Oh shit. Oh man, I ran out of bullets. Crap. Bam. Oh man. Damn, where did I go? Someone has to teach these kids what's up. At least you're not Dread Breadcrumb. What? You redeemed the entire Ram Ranch anthology for him? Oh, and his music. Yeah, when he does a music stream. And he doesn't skip it. Oh my god, killing me. Jesus. Oh. Not dead yet. 2%. Oh, there's a hook. What the? Oh. What's going on here? Oh shit. What the hell? Load a save state from the currently selected slot. You made that whip crack sound with, with your dick once? Never again. Oh my god, these little stupid maggots. Jesus. Is this real music? Or what is this? Oh, this is your Pinky dedicated to Uni song? Do you even know what this was? Godilla? Pink by Boris dedicated to Uni. And there's a video. What is going on here? Oh, you ran out of ideas. But how'd you get it to say dedicated to Uni JV? Like exactly her name? Uni JJV. Discover Weekly Drums Improv. Your first girlfriend used to do what she called a titty clap? Oh, that's the face you make 99% of the time when you read the chat here. You have a TV show that you could recommend at some point? Yeah, you could do that. You know this guy, Uni? Who is this? Why did he dedicate a song to you? That's the face you make at Lotus when you drive past Barnes and Noble? Like right now? Recommend? Yeah, you could recommend anytime. I don't know. I don't know, Uni. What's up with this guy dedicating songs to you? That's not your husband, is it? OMG. Oh yeah, I can't do anything up there, can I? Oh wait, maybe? Holy crap. Get up there. Damn. Nah, screw it. Happy wife? Happy life? Oh. Maybe it was dedicated to the other Uni, JJV? You give her all the books she wants. Oh, she's the one that's into books? Oh shit. She's way into books? What type of books does she like? Actual novels? Is she a reader? Oh, vampire smut? You're confused, Uni? Which one of your personalities do you want to speak to? Those are some horny books. Is it the same guy again? Oh. Godilla's Bebe song? Hey, Bebe. You heard some of the ones she's recommended? Horny vampire books? She overheard that and said, I read fantasy too. Try this. Taken billionaire dinosaur Jurassic boner. Just fuck a flashlight. Instead of what? What was the other option? Little Romeo. Yikes. Oh, I get over this thing. Oh, come on, I got that. What the hell? Sold you at cream pies? How many GB of hentai do you own? Not enough. Oh, now you're saying you don't have any? Oh, oh, shit. Damn, what the hell? Ugh, screw that. Shouldn't talk to Zlat in Skibby's streams. She's unhinged as well. Zlat? So confused now, can't keep up. Yeah, I don't know what Godilla's talking about. Oh, fuck. Was it that fast, really? Oh, come on, man. Shit. Mortal Kombat. You're trying to tell them there's better things than hentai. It all stems from touch deprivation. Oh, that's not even Mortal Kombat? Well. Look, man, already aware of peanut butter trick. Good idea, peanut butter. Whoa, 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 what the hell? Damn, what? Is there a video for this awful song? No. Oh, this is a video song. Sorry about that video. Figured that was another weird Godzilla song. Hey, PP, you were never even close to beating this game as a kid. Damn, yeah. It's freaking tough. This song is great. Rude ass young kids. I just like that it has the Mortal Kombat music in there. This shit is your jam. The game creeped you out too. Oh, it's before Mortal Kombat, really? Man, what am I supposed to do here? What the hell? I don't remember this shit. Is this a special Genesis level? Oh, now we're back to Godzilla. Beck? Okay. Yeah, it sounds like Beck. Okay, shit, this is weird. Okay, now I know what happened here. Good song to bang to. Yeah, didn't you put that on? You, you didn't know that was Beck? Song reminds you of Space Jam. Windows ME song. Oh, damn, slow down again. Switch turned on this. Are you? Oh.
Oh yeah.
Shit. Give me the health. Oh shit. Damn. Oh crap. Damn. Gonna have to come back to this. This is this is making me rage, like Uni says. Is this music, Goldilla? Okay, it is music. Does this game creep out anyone else? Nah, I like this. I thought it was funny. Just hard as hell. Reminds you of the kids in cages. What kids in cages? Where did you go, Uni? Talking, yes, it's corn. Oof, you had to get out of the sun. Got lightheaded. Ironic to say creep. Look at the song. Oh, yeah. The song is creep. What? You won't elaborate? It's political. Oh, kids in cages? Yeah, I didn't know what you were talking about. Okay. Turok. Turok during the I was gonna say the age wars. The rage wars. Alright, I got it saved here, so screw it. Switching over to something else. An actual NES game for WED NES Day. Let's see what. Oh, you know what? Yeah, wanted to do all the Castlevania games. 45. Oh, you're back, Umbrin. Mandy Muse, bathroom, wet butt. What are you talking? Bonanza, Angela White is overrated. What? Who are these people? So very special. Uni always wants me to sing. Right, Uni? There you go. I sang a little bit. You do. I don't know why. Sing it from your heart. I don't belong here. Godilla putting real songs. You saw Korn on the Follow the Leader tour. I wouldn't mind going to see Korn. They weren't like a favorite band of mine, but yeah, I think they were all right. Especially because they had that video that Todd McFarlane had animated for them. What was that? Was that Freak on a Leash? The animated video? That was cool. Damn, 98. That's when you went. DJ Dilla. Yeah, that's his name. DJ Dilla in the house. and did DJ Vidya and Dilla. Sometimes they team up. Oh, they were your favorite? Oh wait, Ramstein was your favorite? They played the show too? Or was Korn your favorite? I think I like Ramstein better actually, even if I don't know German. I like their crazy ass sound. Oh yeah, Dread says you'd love to see Ramstein. Finally got to see KMFDM. Damn, alright. Yeah, Dread, you go to a lot of concerts, right? I wish I went to more concerts. I've only gone to like a few. You've seen Ramstein 4 times now. You try to go every time they come by the States. Oh, that's cool. They gotta have a pretty awesome stage show. I think they do a lot, right, on stage with theatrics and fireworks and shit. That's gotta be pretty awesome to see. You don't know if they've ever come close enough for you to catch. Licky? You want to hear the Licky song, Uni? You and the wife saw them with Combi Christ? I don't know that group or whatever. You have the power of God and anime on your side, Godilla. No oral antics. Oh, lots of fire? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. They gotta have fire like crazy. Yeah, you go every show in half an hour radius that you like. Oh yeah, damn. That's awesome. You go to a bunch of shows then. No, that's the wrong one. Oh, you want some other Licky song? Copy the link, then type SR. Princess Superstar Licky. Thong song. Whoa, what happened? How come it didn't bring up Thong song or what happened there? Nothing popped up when you put Thong song. Madre de Dios. You only been to one concert? Damn. What'd you go see for that one concert? Postal 2. Ay 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 yes. The first licky is the wrong licky. Oh, okay. Delete that one. Okay, let me look at that. What that was? Larry Tree Licky. Okay. Yeah. That looks. Oh, okay. That's the same song, I guess, but radio edit featuring Princess Superstar. Delete. Little Romeo TV show? What? What's your favorite show, Godilla? Andre Nicotina. Oh, that's who you went to see? Damn, I don't even know who that is. 2003, the year of Little Romeo. It's time for the Romeo show. Oh yeah, you got a birthday party. You need to buy a piñata. What kind of piñata are you gonna get? Oh, ads are gonna pop up. There they go. You think a song saying put peanut butter on your balls wins? And let the dog lick it? Error? Oh, did you try putting something? Umbra and you put something and it said error? Oh yeah. Damn, I wonder what's going on with that. Usually it lets everything slide through there. So confused. Pony, genuine. Genuine. Gonna have to move again? Can't show your face. That's baby making music. Simon's Quest is related to Simon Says. Really? Well, Uni, you say that as if you're ugly? Oh no, she's embarrassed by that music. And her neighbors knowing that she's listening to that. It's probably illegal to listen to that. Kind of like that song Nuts on Your Chin. Shit. More horrible songs. I'm surprised we haven't heard that one. First thing to do in this town is buy white crystal. It's a late 80s song. The pony song. Yeah, we're gonna hear that coming up. Maybe the neighbor's wife. Peanuts butter off her husband's balls. Yeah, I think he might have some freaks as neighbors, who knows? Oh, that's not it. Your favorite Martian. What the hell? I'll delete that. Favorite Martian. How did that come up? Excuse me while I lose my lunch. Or is it? I don't know. I don't know which one you were going for. Favorite Martian, my balls. Who knows? The first mission is by Myth. Oh, the white crystal? Yeah, right? That's what they really meant. This game is hard. It's too hard? This one's an easy one. Jack's Night Out is better than this. Yeah, Jack's Night Out, though, it's pretty good. Wait, I can't go in the church?
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Oh. Winnie with the sexy video. It's licky time. Yeah, sorry, Umbrin, it's licky time. You need to wake up, falling asleep. Umbrin, awake now. Check out this video. It's got your favorite thing. Naked women. Although those girls don't do it for you, Uni. Not sexy enough. Not your type. She's molesting pancakes. You guys really want to see a funny video of a real song? Some hot dudes. Nothing like watching uncivilized dumbasses make a mess. You want to see hot dudes? Shows. You're gay, Umbra?
Put it
Yeah,
deep in
I
my
know.
ass, Kanya Lanya. Like that baby girl wanna get that bussy dropping.
You tell us.
When you finish with that loser, I'm
every
finna
time.
need you to swallow this hog.
Say less.
And after that, me and my meds finna spit roast that octopusy.
We gonna leave that fucker with such a paying asshole he waddles like a penguin.
You had to mute again, Uni? You monster. Oh yeah. Forgot we got some videos somebody wanted to see.
Power Party just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Umbrin. face gonna be stuck like that? This is the one. Blood buffer. Then these guys. But it's weird how fit they are. What'd you do? And the way they could shake their ass is pretty amazing. Rice and beans.
Blood, 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 Dan Lemmy. Breathe, that thing is huge. Blood, 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 thin and not blood, 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 blood.
That was it. And something else too. What was the other video? Oh, the gay video? Alright, everybody wants more gay videos. You need snacks for this gay video? Those are the snacks. This is PP Power Parties and Umbran's Gay video of the day. That's not sexy, Uni? But he's speaking Spanish. That's not sexy to you? It's comical. These snacks come with prep. Hola, soy Chucky. Yeah, I think they're not trying to be sexy really. This is like a goofy ass video. But I don't know. Maybe Umbra, you like this? I'm gonna have to burn this VOD. Delete. Now you're awake? Okay, you do like this. Water and snacks. Your farts smell like cat food? What? Stop eating cat food, Godzilla. Your cat wants that food. I think the song was made to be played at gay bars, and he's actually pretty serious. Water, sea, naked guys. Oh, rather, you mean? You rather see naked guys than the woman? Yeah, Umbrin likes these guys, Uni. He woke up for them. He woke up for the rice and beans. And the chihuahuas. Alright. Enough of that. Yowza. Oh man, more naked dudes. You can't escape them. Naked Wesley Snipes now. Want to see more, Umbrin? You got hepatitis now, cheeseburger. Whoops. Sorry about all the hepatitis, everybody. Think so? Chihuahua's gay. Never go to a guy's house if they invite you for rice and beans. You woke up for snacks and cold water, not rice and beans. Need to get nailed harder than Christ on the cross. Where's the shark? Right here. Rice and Beans was that song we saw right now, that video. You're all going to horny jail? You too, Uni, you saw it. And you did nothing to stop it. I don't know. I think you started this, Umbran. Rice and Beans is slang for whacking it. And for a bunch of gay dudes dancing in your video. Yes. I don't think so. I think he's making it up. Going to sleepy jail, Umbra. Damn, this is a long video. It's on Urban Dictionary. Oh, so it's real? Rice and beans means whacking it. Chupapi Muñeño? What the hell? You? You know Chupapi? I don't know. Is that a person? Papi Chulo? Oh man, more gayness.
Cheeseburger Cats just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
What? Back to this, didn't we skip this because everyone hated it? It's something else on the same episode. Like his mama's house, code word for boys' bathroom stalls, or the back of a dumpster. I don't know. Goes take mamas for dinner. What? Cheeseburgers trying to brainwash us to watch gay porn. Uni putting on regular music after this. Ariana Grande.
record that they know what mercury in the vaccines are doing. It's on record. I don't like to put
Been doing that for years. Oh, he skipped. Oh, this isn't even. No, you couldn't skip that one. This is a video request. Holy shit, it's long. I don't even know what this is, man. Like,
Sick of being social engineered. It's not funny. Getting rid of universities for 10 months, putting even their ruling class minions out in the fields to work.
yeah, this is just a YouTube video, not any song.
Total hell, same model they want for us here. Smiling little demonic gibbering creatures, third generation scumbag, royal.
Gay frogs too strong.
Generations that have survived longer than this guy, 3 generations of hereditary corruption.
Oh, she could skip it if this was part of the song requests. I mean, you put on this video. Do you want to skip it, even though it's probably near the end?
Umbrang Crow 1215 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
I wonder what is that music? I don't have any other sound. What is playing right now? Oh, I didn't pause it? Thought I paused that already. Okay. Something else? Umbrin now. Reverse cowgirl? What?
Holy crap, this place
This
is
is so
amazing.
fucked.
Just think, this is where Helen Kelly used to eat when
This
she
is
went
hilarious, but so
Tonight, I
fucked.
want to go out and just get wasted. And not one of these campus bars. I want to get wrecked by a townie.
Helen, you're outrageous. I can't believe you're getting away with this.
I've been getting away with this since I was 7. Believe me, I know what I'm doing.
Good morning, girls. Helen?
Can't have the sandwich if you ain't got the jelly. Skip sandwich. What the fuck? When did this is a Dread song he requested like probably half an hour ago. Robo Octopus or Roboctopus. It's okay, you made his entire stream Ram Ranch. You like the art of a peanut butter jelly sandwich being made? Oh yeah, the artwork right here. Yeah. Yeah, pixel art too. This is not that bad. You posted a critter in Grandpa's itchy. Grandpa's itchy. I'm still in the first 2 minutes of this game. Made zero progress. Do I have to wait for the daytime to enter houses? Bruce. There we go. Morning sun has vanquished the horrible night. A magic potion will destroy the wall of evil. Okay, yeah, now I could enter. Buy a thorn whip. 100, sure. If I had 100, nope, I do not. That's what's in there, and the hot chick saying AIDS. What, in the post? A hot chick saying AIDS. A flame is on top of the 6th tree in Dennis Woods. Rumor has it the ferryman at Dead River loves garlic. Buy a white crystal? Yes. Crystal clear. Want to buy holy water? Oh, damn. Can't afford it. What? Crooked? What? Traders offering bum deals in this town. Oh. Oh, who's this? What? Oh, rest here for a while. Okay. Wait, first thing. Oh, yeah, the crystal. Yeah, buy white crystals. Yep. 13 clues will solve Dracula's riddle. You have a friend in the town of Aldra. Go and see him. You made a new emote? Is it a bird? Magic potion will destroy. Yeah. Clues to Dracula's riddle are in the town of Veros. A dinosaur? Sooty dinosaur? No video. Did it play? No, I don't think your song played yet. Oh no, yours is far down on the list. There's like this song plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 more after this. Yeah, it's a long list. And it's not just Godzilla. Cheeseburger, Notorious, PP. It is mostly Godzilla. Yeah, I thought it was only 5, but it seems to let them put more.
Myagadilla99 just redeemed. Choose a short YouTube video.
Did you hear Disturbed? I don't know. I think that's just a fake Metallica. AI Metallica. She's aged well. She's Cammy in Street Fighter movie. Alright, somebody wanted to see this, even though it's in the list of songs, I think.
Sorry, dude. Chupapi. Chupapi. Chupapi.
You just scared me, man.
Chupapi.
Chupapi, what?
Chupapi muñeño. Chupapi muñeño.
Oh no, is this Godilla?
Muñeño. Mu fucking ñeño.
This is Godilla's Skibbity Toilet type of video?
Chupapi. Oh, muñeño. Muñeño.
What's up, Lito?
Oh, muñeño.
You're just trying to maintain.
Muñeño.
Why they, you don't know why they oiled her?
Mu fucking ñeño. Muñeño.
Yeah, this is another Skibbity Toilet type of Godilla video.
¿Sabes dónde está muñeño? Oh, bedroom. Menu muñeño.
She looks good oiled.
Oh, mu fucking ñeño, ah? Muñeño. Oh, muñeño. Chupapi. Chupapi.
What?
Chupapi.
I don't know.
Chupapi.
Is this funny to you, Godilla?
Chupapi.
I think none of us think it's funny. Anybody older.
I don't speak your language.
Chupapi. Chupapi.
This is super annoying.
Chupapi.
Okay, we get it. Yeah, is this a super long video too? Pretty long. No, this is context. So skip it, is what you're saying.
Done. Do what you want. Pull the plug. I'm
Yeah,
done.
that's
Do what
getting
you
on my
want. Pull the
nerves.
plug. I'm done. Do what you want.
I don't
Pull
like
the
your
plug.
skibbity toilets. No more skibbity toilet videos.
Move this man. Move this man. Move this man.
Heel skip. Mobile app is broken on your phone. You can type, that's it. But what's
You sure about that?
what's broken
You
about
sure
it?
about
You can't
that?
see
That's
anything.
why?
My Godilla99 just redeemed. You sure about that?
Hi all, this is Kermit the Frog, and I'm...
36. Hey, son. I kinda knew that was Stonk. Stonk likes flipping Kermit. Oh shit, and barf at the same time.
Well, I ain't never been to school, but new friends I have found. I'm going to show you how to duck dance and one
He missed the lewd stuff, Oni, but it's still coming. No pun intended. Yeah, Bodhi, still here. Oh, thanks for the giant dead baby Huey Notorious.
Can I get in here? I need to... Oh my god.
Yeah, there's gonna be more opportunities. There's already a song in the queue. That's pretty terrible.
Is the whole world
Another
gone
Godilla recommendation.
mad?
or request.
Varf-face-9000 just redeemed that dance.
Here you go. Another Godilla classic. Nine-hour stream. Oh, is it? About to be, I didn't really notice it. Time kind of flew by, and I barely played 2 games. No, 3, I guess. Didn't beat any of them. Let me see you shake your tail feathers. Barf. Omega for shame. What, because of this video?
Holy shit.
Oh shit. The Mr. T,
That was the 18 theme, but it sounded
the
like it
rarely
was
seen
coming
Mr.
out of
T
a
clip.
broken Casio keyboard or something. I don't know what the hell that was.
Atari Mr. T.
He's falling right there, man.
For not beating your games? Oh, okay.
What?
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll have to. Oh, that was a fast clip.
What the fuck
I'll have
happened
to
there?
beat them tomorrow. All 3 of them. Well, not Castlevania 2.
What?
I don't think that's possible in one in one stream. Maybe. And back to Godilla's gross video. Truly a game. Thanks for the shouting. No problem, Dread. No problem, Barf. Oh, this is that guy that Godilla likes. That dresses in a pink suit. and Stonk. You're welcome. Skip. What does everyone say? Skip. I'm skipping it because that video I feel like we saw. Oh shit. Another Godilla. Strange song choice. Was it you that told try Skittles gummies? Oh, that sounds good. They make that? Skittles gummies? There's video. No problem, video. I don't know if you're in ads, but there you go. Is everyone back from ads? Has the whole world gone mad? Who's the perv that redeemed this song? Notorious, yep. Alright, now we're back. Supposedly back to the genuine. This song sounds good, slowed down too. Yeah. Oh, oh, is that what they're saying? I'm hearing, yup, yup, yup. There's some kind of burp. Burp. Robo burp. Bird. Oh my god, you guys, what? What's wrong? What's wrong now, Uni? You do the duck to this song? The cat just came up to you and she's got two giant holes on her leg? What? Oh shit. What happened? She's bleeding everywhere? What the hell? Oh no, save kitty cat, yeah. What's going on with that? Oh, something bitter? Shit. Damn. Damn. Now I feel bad for that cat. Poor kitty, what's going on? Save her, Uni, save her. Hope your kitty is okay, Uni. Were they big marks? Oh, Godilla doesn't care. Godilla hates cats because they kill birds. My cat killed a bird yesterday. Oh, Glitzy. What's up, Glitzy? Is this still... It's another Genuine song? Eating turkey and you're a cannibal?
The worse off we are.
Fuck you, bitch! That motherfucker, that mother ain't gonna fuck me now, are you, bitch? Ha! Dude.
This is some goofy outro. Oh, that's what that was. He's gonna slam those. What's gold for Glitzy? Glitzy is like a riled up gizmo in that clip. Oh, you do, Barb? Hey, why do you know the whole song? Oh, the intro. Okay. I don't know it. I mean, I've heard it, but I don't know the words. Iron fiber. Important to mention that. Hey, chef, how do I get Wendy to like me? Well, that's easy, Stan. You just have to find the clitoris. Oops. Yeah, that was a real episode, right? Oh, the movie. Okay. 1998. Has anyone ever rented a movie through Amazon? It mentions HDCP, copyright protection, shit. And you wanted to do a Discord watch party of it. I wonder if that'll fuck with it. I don't know what that is, HDCP? But I did rent a movie. I think it was Grumpier Old Men. Yeah, I think it was that one. Grumpier Old Men, and it worked fine on Twitch. Yeah, it played fine. I don't know. I don't know if it had that HDCP. I didn't really notice that. Yeah, who knows? But at least that one worked all right. What was the movie? Did you say? Oh, you didn't say. Yeah, maybe that's a protection thing they do on new movies or something. Yeah. I'll have to look at that. HD, CP, whatever the hell. Damn, it takes a long time to go back to daylight. Want to buy holy water. What else did you play today? Oh, Donkey Kong Country. And oh, Earthworm Jim. And I forgot how tough Earthworm Jim was. I think I'm doing all right in Donkey Kong Country. Seem to be moving along pretty good. White Crystal, nope, already got that. Oh no, I didn't beat Earthworm Jim yet. The game, yeah, it's really freaking hard, man. I started to just go ahead and do save states for that. Hard ass game. Never got past the hell stage. Oh, okay, yeah, damn. Yeah, the hell stage is kind of early on now. Now that I look at it, like I thought the hell stage was like later on, but it's like probably the third or fourth stage or something. Want to buy holy water, yes. What are you waiting for? The stage that was really messing me up was the water stage. The one where you're like in a little bubble, and if you crack the glass you're dead. If you run out of oxygen, you're dead. And man, it's just a pain in the ass. Yeah, have you never seen that, Stonk? Check out that stage. Holy shit, it's a nightmare. Like there's a first section where it's tough, but not as tough as the second section where you got 99 seconds to go through this long ass fucking like maze, almost like a maze of just fucking I don't know, coral or whatever the hell is around you. But it's really easy to crash into everything. And you have to hurry your ass up because it's a long ass fucking way to the end. Yeah, that part. Oh man, I just said fuck it. I'm gonna save state every time I do good. If I make it kind of far, I'll save state. and with good time. Oh shit! I need my health back already. Yeah, the water stage barf. That crap. Holy shit. Oh yeah, the way you control it, Donk, holy shit, it's really annoying. You control these little jets on the bubble, and you have to spin them around, and then like give it some gas to move around with the C button. I was playing the Genesis version, so you have to like hold down C to go super fast, or the way I was doing it by tapping C little by little, occasionally holding it down to try to get to the end. But oh my god, it's a nightmare. Holy shit, it's pretty intense. And then I was like, damn, surprised too. I forgot they only give you like one continue. So if you fuck up, you have to start all over. So I was like, nah, I'm just gonna save state my way through this shit. Fuck it. It's gonna take me forever if I have to start from the beginning every little while. Whoa. Man, you hit the ceiling here. Wait, what is over here? This is nothing. Alright. What are we listening to here? Is this another pervert song? Oh, it's Uni's Ariana Grande song, Seven Rings. You're seriously considering safe stating through body harvest? The lack of checkpoints is frustrating. Yeah, I would do that. Another pervert song. Jeesh. I hear a sexy woman voice. I'm guessing there's some some nudity in the video or something. Oh yeah, it's not beans and rice. Yeah, it's not that bad. Nothing is that bad. Well, not from the ones we've seen today. That was definitely the worst. The worst offender. Oh, oh no. Godilla, you put the same shit again? Oh wait, no, this is because you put it in the... Yeah, fuck this. Skip. Jesus. Godilla really wanted us to see that. Ran over the Taco Bell dog. You're gonna be banned from playing any Chupapi crap. Yeah, no more Chupapi shit. Let's see, is this where you find the first castle or whatever? Hmm. Oh shit, what? No. Oh shit. No. Oh, good, I'd start from here. Alright, screw that. That. Oh, what? Huh. Oh, man. Damn. Is that your song, Godilla? Decided to put another normal song? Oh, no, that's Barf. Okay. No. There's a limit to 5. Yeah, but somehow they let you put more. I don't know what's going on there. Something kind of broken about that. It says you're limited to 5, and then it lets you put one after that. Yeah, there you go. Says you put the Tarzan song. So, yeah, I don't know. This video is for mature audiences only. It's probably 5 total in the queue at once. Oh, yeah, I think you're right. That makes sense, Stonk, yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense, yep. Oh shit, oh. Bam. You've been warned. Adam Sandler? Oh, I know that song. Medium pace, yeah. Hey, Princess Otter. Noah's curious how long are you streaming? I don't know. Um, did I miss something? I think I'm gonna finish up, what is it? Oh, like, 30 minutes or something. Oh shit, what is the... Damn. What's going on here? Oh yeah, it's my stream anniversary. Yeah, Uni just reminded me. 24 hours stream anniversary. Okay, we'll relay the message. Alright. "24 hours, let's go." Hey, Visual. Welcome in, Visual. Princess Otter? I don't know if you stream or not, but let's just go ahead. Oh, what the hell? Oh, I misspelled that somehow. Whoops.
What is this? What is this shenanigans?
Oh, Princess Otter. Yeah, does stream.
He's... What? I'm gonna go ahead and clip that. If I can.
Oh, you did it too, Uni? It's alright.
Setup, I could put this in here, which I will make it work. I put this in here, and a pump and everything, and we could put the pee-pee water in here and pump it into here, and the sand will make it water that'll go into
Usually
here.
happens at least once every stream.
You wanted to do it anyway.
Double shouty.
Well, I suppose if you find out her YouTube...
Been trying to think of how to spell oyster all day and just remembered. Oh, so it's okay. Words are hard. Yep. Pee-pee water.
Oh, jeez. Sorry, it's
Damn, what is that? That looks cool. What are you playing there, Visual? That looks freaking crazy.
Didn't catch her. Trust exercise failed.
That's a trippy ass game. Oh, oxygen not included. Damn. That's, yeah, pretty cool. Oh, hey, Noah. Yeah? What's up, Noah? Welcome in. Shout out, Noah.
Oh, you're okay. I was starting to get worried. Anyway, check it out. I found the thing, the other L. Yep, you gave me the L too. Wow, thanks. Thanks, Dewey, for giving me the L. Well, that's great. See how pretty he is when it catches the light?
Oh,
Here, give this L, loser. I want you to have it, Sora. Because you're a loser.
You gotta. Okay, yeah, that's Stonk. Got a song on there, Stonk. Britney Spears. Britney Spears Toxic. 16-bit. Is that 16-bit sounding? The Howie, yes. That's just the name of the producer. Oh, 16-bit? Okay. Huh. Greasel. Yosh. Calling Yosha Greasel? Damn, none of these bricks are breakable. Purchase a chain whip. Oh, shit. Damn. Watch it now. No smack talk about Yosh in here. Not me. I'm trying to figure out what Godilla is saying. He just says one word, Greasel, and then Yosh. What does that mean? Do I have? Oh, I have 130. Bam, almost. 150. Damn. Give me a 40. Oh, this is the Tarzan song? Yeah, there we go. I like this song. If it's the one I'm thinking of. Oh wait, no, this is a different one. Yeah, this is something else. I like the one where he says "Son of Man" or something. That one's a little too mushy. You've got a friend waiting for you. Whoop. Tarzan. Waiting for you in the town of Algiba. Clues to Dracula's riddle are in Berkeley Mansion. Clues to Dracula's riddle are in the town of Alba. Okay. You look pale, my son. You must rest in the church. Rest here. No secrets here either. Laurels in your soup enhances its aroma. Oh. Something here. Oh, there we go. Will you buy a dagger? Oh. Damn. Yep. Getting to the points. A rib can shield you from evil. I am error. Oh, wrong game. Everyone has such helpful advice. Yeah. Didn't they recall Tarzan figure because he looked like he was whacking it? Oh, I think you're right. I think I remember that actually. Was that like a McDonald's toy or something? A Happy Meal? Happy Meal toy? Yeah, this reminds me of Zelda 2. With the whole townspeople. Even the town looks similar to Toys R Us. Oh, okay. Let me search Tarzan whacking it. It's computer. Get to the bottom of this. Stonk, no! Don't do it, Stonk. Investigator Stonk. Is this Oni song? I'm gonna say yeah. Is it? Oh, before the video finishes, where is it? Ah. There we go. Just in time for Richie Valens. Damn, this guy. Oh. Oh, what the? Gargoyle. Oh shit. Damn. Oh my god, get away. You have been away. Is this normal Castlevania 2 or a hack? Oh, this is normal. Symbol of evil will appear or appear when you strike the stake. Is this a video? Good luck. Thanks. Yeah, this is back before spell check. A pair. Almost choked on your chili. Oh, damn. Oh, crap. Oh my god, again? Fucking get out of here. Oh, 7 minutes. 7 minutes to go on the stream. 7.5. Alright. Jump. Yes. Cabela's. Oh, this is Cabela music. Oh man. Oh fuck. You fucking bonfire motherfucker. I know I have to buy a steak somewhere. Oh, this guy, right? This is the steak, man. Destiny oak steak, yes. Put a steak in it, it's done. Destroy the curse and you'll rule Bram's mansion. A flame flickers inside the ring of fire. The deer is tweaking. What, there's a deer in the video or something? No, there's nothing there.
My name is Eminem, I like to rap and I like to smoke crack and fentanyl. It pays the bill so I feel the chills of the spills like cereal. General Mills and gargle 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 gargle.
But in the game, they tend to run towards you because of that 2005 game being linear and repetitive. Soundtrack is nice though. Fuck. God damn. Okay. I want to fall down there. And steak. Perfect. You know, process? What is that word? Process. Dracula's rib. What is that, Stonk? You're a teacher, right? Is that a real word? Okay, yeah, it's possess. Yeah, that makes more sense. Oh shit. You're just a tutor? But still. Oh shit. Forgetting. Oh. Okay, I guess I'm fine. Don't need anything from this place anymore. Don't tutors have to know even more stuff? You have to be educated in more areas than just a regular old teacher. This song again? Uh, damn, you missed Phil? Oh, yeah, Phil Collins. Not really. You mostly help the student figure out how to learn the shit. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, tutor. Okay. I was thinking that's the same thing as a teacher's assistant or something. You got caught up in the slugging some coffee down and looking at the sunset on the snowy mountainside. Oh, that sounds like Uni's day. She said she was relaxing on her porch or something, looking at the sun, the sunset or something. Oh no, it was actually earlier, so it was like it was full on bright sunny sunlight. Eminem so far. Oh, ads are. Oh, okay, still 4 minutes till ads. Alright. Oh no, fucking hell. That's where I die. Shit. Oh, but do I keep my items? Pretty sure. Yeah, there we go. That's good. Oh shit, I still got the video going. I mean, not even a video. The song is wild. Bum 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 bum. What a horrible night. No shit. Oh damn, I can't go through there. Ah, crap. Mm. Alright, next area should be down. What is this music? Did we hear this? You guys saw the video? It was just a picture. The one for big butts and I don't know what was that. Was that a Oh, the Anita one. Okay, the sexy video. Yeah, we saw that one. It was pretty great. Uni, thanks for putting that on. Donkey Kong 64, Crystal Caves. That's pretty nice. This is actually in Donkey Kong 64. Sounds really good. Oh, damn, these freaking whatever the hell they are. Oh, get away. Damn you. Stonk nose. Oh, fuck. I'm dead. Damn. No. Shit. Ah, get out of there. What is that? Emotes. Oh. Oh, Donkey Kong Shake. Oh my god, get away, get away. Shit, shit. Damn. Damn. Oh. What the fuck? Damn it. Whoa. Is this just... Oh, what? I just went all the way back. Damn. The fuck? So for some reason, the bricks disappear at night. Whoops. Nope. What is this crazy? Clock boss theme. Oh shit. That's a game I haven't really played that much anyways. Don't make things weird. We all enjoy this space. What did Godilla do? Starships, Nicki Minaj. Oh, is that a weird video? Why do these ads have to be like 3 minutes? Oh. I don't know. It's either 3 minutes every hour or 1.5, I guess, every half hour. You get ads for Australian vacations and paper towels. What the hell? Yeah, I don't know. How do they decide what videos? I mean, what ads you get? A lot of people say they don't have anything to do with the ads they get. They're like, I don't need dog food. I don't have a dog or whatever. Godilla, you want to go to Australia? Damn. Oh no. And a curse. Now you... Hey, look, they spelled possess right. You now possess the sacred flame. What is that for? Oh man, they're killing me. Shit. Sacred flame. Oh, cool. Damn. Oh shit, but they're gonna kill me. No. Holy crap. Nope. Oh, fucking hell. Ah, shit. Had to die eventually. She's an amazing dancer. Yeah. What was her name? Anita? Anita, okay, yeah. Did they take... Oh, no, I still got the fire. But I can't use it? Yeah, Anita... Oh shit, what happened there? Oh, okay, getting knocked around. Yeah, has she been around? I never seen her before. Is that like an old video? Wait, damn, am I back like... Holy crap, I don't know if I'm back in the same area from before. You discovered her about a year ago, she's new to you. Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe she is new then, like, in general. She's the new Kylie Minogue. But her music videos are like that. They're all super sexy. There was an error requesting. Oh shit, Godilla. Oh, you reached the limit. She did the halftime show of a football game in Brazil. Oh, okay. So she's probably more famous in South America. I mean, look at her. She's gorge. Yeah, she's gorge. If ever there was a time to say the word gorge, she's the reason. Oh shit. Is this where you use the white crystal? And you just duck? Music? So long, Blues Clues. Okay. Oh man, did nothing happen? Shit. Damn, okay. Not. I think you need the blue crystal for this. Is this a real Eminem song? Same album as Rap God. Oh, okay. Pretty cool. I need the blue crystal. Oh man. Oh shit. Man. Oh my god. Here we go. Here's a nice place to save. Here we go. What do we buy from him? Will you buy some garlic? Oh, okay. Wait, I don't have enough? Oh, damn, not enough. Shit. Oh, he's rapping about Zelda? Song got better. Hey, who's this? Dracula's eyeball reflects the curse. Okay. Alright, so I think I'll just save state here. Call it. Let the Eminem song finish. Look for someone to raid. See what's going on. Oh, Noah raided Emmy. Oh, and Yoshi's on too. I don't think I rated Emmy in a long time or at all. Not sure. Let's go see Emmy. Oh, save that song for next time. Brother Bear. I saw that movie. It was alright. Let's go see Emmy, everybody. Emmy Divergence. I think I did at least once raid her channel. Go see her. Start raid. And 10. Thanks everybody. Once again, we almost beat one of these games. Bringing someone over. Oh, okay, you're bringing someone over to skip song. Oh yeah, let me pause that actually. Wait, I did. Yeah. Alright, raiding out right now. Thanks again. Let's go see Emmy. See everyone over there. Raid out.